distribute the questions.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Do we all have this copy? Members, can you confirm that we all have this? All of us? Okay. Okay, then that's fine. These are kind of questions. But these questions are not only limited to what you may ask here. You may go to an extent of asking from what the candidate may have submitted as part of their qualifications, their experience, and stuff. So the questions that are here are not unlimited, but it's just part of the issues that we want to take out of from the candidates, because you remember this is what we want to see. This is what we want to get out of all of them. So this is but a limited arrangement that we did for committee sections. So you may ask a question relevant from their CV, from their qualification, from what may have been raised, by the way, from the public commentary and stuff. We're going to give now the committee secretary to brief us, very brief, on what may have been comments in the candidates selected to on the security clearance by the state security. Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. As indicated before, there were no public comments on the candidates that we'll be interviewing. And with regards to the screening, we still have not yet received the screening results. Apparently, SAPSA is delaying with the criminal record checks. But I was told that I'll be given an update today from the SSA.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. Members, that is the briefing as it relates to. It has always been the case. I think Advocate Brenberg is saying the same thing there. It has always been a case that there is always delays when it comes to the security clearances and stuff. But part of what we always do is to just receive those things before the committee deliberations, so that whatever deliberation that we have as a committee in terms of the candidates and stuff, we actually get that report and take a decision on that spot if there are any particular issues that are raised in respect of the candidates. So members, that is the briefing. Can I take a quick before we take the first candidate? Honorable Bredenberg.
Thank you, Chair. It's really not ideal to not have the vetting results or the screening results. And it's nobody here's fault that we don't have it. But it's not ideal, because the contents of whatever we get should be able to be traversed with the candidates. And now we won't have that opportunity. We're going to interview people who may not pass the vetting. So we're wasting their time and ours. And we don't get to interrogate the contents of that report. So it's really just not ideal. And I'm not blaming you or anybody else here, but it's not ideal. And really, we should consider in the future not holding the interviews until we've got them.
Thank you, Honorable Bredenbach. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, all members and guests. I might have missed it, Chair. My apologies, because I had to step out quickly. In terms of the approach of the interview, how many questions are we going to ask the candidates? And how many questions per member? Thank you, Chair.
You can go as far as 7,000, but you must know that you have 5 minutes. Each member has 5 minutes. So in that 5 minutes, you can go to as far as 7,000, 700,000 questions. You just get economic with your time. Honorable Tsotetsi, you wanted to say something?
No, it's not a question per se, but I would have seen and would have communicated with the committee secretary. Just thought that it's worth noting to the committee that the first candidate, when I was the chairperson of the organization called Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development, she was MEC of agriculture in the Northwest. And then without necessarily much, we don't have any relation, but just that I thought it's worth noting to the committee that they start, which exists.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tsotetsi. I think it's very, that point is very important, that on record you would have declared that there's a particular relationship, whatever relationship it is. Honorable Nomvalo?
No, thank you, Chair. I just want to get an approach on the follow-up questions, if we will have. I want to get clarity on whether I will be able to ask a follow-up question from an original person, maybe of Honorable Mutaong. That is number one.
Yes, you
And-
can,
and-
you can,
and-
Honorable
And if I will
Nomvalo.
have, then what is the limitation? Then the second one, I just want to make a comment on the fact that, yes, maybe some of the questions might be related, but we are not going to use some of us word by word. We might ask questions which are in this context, or which are related to the context of these questions. But some of us are not used to this thing of reading. We don't like it, in fact. We like speaking.
How do you run a practice without reading?
So we'll ask questions, but we're not going to read word by word. Yeah, thank you.
No, that's fine, Honorable Nomvalo. These questions are meant to test a particular skill, a particular experience, a particular leadership skill. You can rephrase however you want. You can even, remember we have said when we're selecting that a member is allowed to ask a question based on the information relevant to that particular candidate. So you are still allowed, as long as you are economic with your 5 minutes. Members are going to get 5 minutes. Members, with that being said, I think let's call. No, she's fine. She's. We can call now the first candidate, Ms. Goba. Good morning, Dr. Mankit Lapp.
Good morning, Chair.
How are you today?
I'm good, Chairperson, thank you.
No, we're fine. Relax, you have water there next to you. You can
Okay.
take your water anytime. We're going to ask you questions as the committee. as part of our interview process. I'm going to ask you 4 questions at once,
Okay.
then give you 5 minutes to reply to them. The first question is, please tell us about who you are, your values, and your experience, and why this makes you a suitable candidate for the position. What motivated you to apply for the position of Commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission? Explain why you are the right person to serve as a South African Human Rights Commissioner. If you are appointed, what legacy would you want to build? Have you been able to note the...
Yes, Chair.
Okay. You can come now.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once to the committee members. Manketsa Tlhape. I have a PhD degree in economic management sciences with business administration. My thesis there was development of a strategic framework for communal property associations in South Africa. I have masters in business administration, masters in public health. I have also a degree in nursing sciences. I specialize with health services management and education. Qualified initially with a diploma in comprehensive nursing and midwifery. That includes general, community and midwifery nursing, including psychiatry. Chair, my experience, I started for 11 years in the Department of Health, where I worked as a professional nurse, HIV/AIDS coordinator, and ended up in the management in health, responsible for about 9 clinics and 3 health centers. I worked from 2006, that gives about 16 years, as a public representative, a mayor in a local municipality, MEC for local government and traditional affairs, MEC for rural environment and agriculture. And the last time I was a member of parliament. I was working with the committee also on agriculture, land reform, and also appointed in 3 ad hoc committees in parliament. The Section 194 committee that probed the fitness to hold office of the then public protector. The ad hoc committee that also appointed the person of public protector. And I was a member of privileges, powers and privileges, and acted as the chairperson during the demise of the chairperson. Why am I a match for this position, Chair? My belief is that my academic blend, including my work experience, has empowered me to understand the complex interplay between policy, law, and human rights. I also have been equipped through my experience to be able to identify and address the socio-economic determinants of health, of socio-economic issues that Human Rights Commission deals with, including social justice. As a employee of health, I was responsible for not only prevention and curative care. I ended up in management, as alluded, where I dealt with policy for provision of health care. As a public representative from the mayor, you deal with everything that deals with social justice, with issues of service delivery, that encompasses what social justice is all about. Issues of human rights are entrenched at a lower level. At Local government and traditional affairs, I was also responsible for municipalities that provide those basic services, but notably I worked with traditional leaders that encompassed the cultural sensitivity aspect, because with traditional leaders, mostly you deal with issues that touches on cultural rights. At agriculture, I was dealing with food security. Notably, one of the important rights is provision for food. I worked also with the environmental component that gives me an in-depth understanding of climate change. I attended all the COPs during my term, and issues of environmental degradation, and that speaks to the rights of environment. At Parliament, continued with food security, with agriculture, but with the ad hoc committee that I also mentioned, Chair, it also helped me to work in a collective for collective good. That gave me the skills of emotional intelligence. We never had fallbacks with the team that we worked with on the assignments that was given by the speaker then. We were able to produce report, and as such, when I saw this advert, I believe it is aligned with my experience and my academic interest or records. I would want to eagerly contribute, Chair, because with the experience, I believe that I have in-depth understanding of the landscape of human rights in South Africa through advocacy, through policy development, strategic management, strategic leadership, because when you are an MEC, you lead departments with over 1,000 employees at district levels, at local levels, and that gives you the opportunity to make sure that there's performance and attainment of mandates for such departments. Hence, I'm saying I am strong in terms of strategic management and leadership. I have excellent communication skills and stakeholder management, working with stakeholders and engaging them with public participation in BIZOS. I worked with a whole range of stakeholders as a public representative. If I have to say my legacy will be, I would want to contribute, Chair, in upholding the issues of human dignity, equality, and fundamental freedoms. I want to enhance the Commission's monitoring and investigative mandate that lies at the core, but in the main, make sure that there's constitutional literacy and human rights are respected and promoted, as the mandate indicates. But in essence, also foster those relationships with government, with organizations and activist movements in upholding the human rights, but also foster your regional and international stance of South Africa in terms of human rights promotion and respect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Two quick things. Is there anything you think is relevant for Parliament to know that you wish to declare on record?
Yes, Chair. I would have indicated on the questionnaire that has been sent to me, especially on issues of investigations. I've indicated my track record as a public representative, especially at provincial level. There has been allegations and inquiries that I responded to, but on the question I've declared one investigation that I take as a formal investigation, where I was asked by the law enforcement agencies to explain my relationship with the service providers that worked for the Department of Agriculture, and I went personally to their offices of law enforcement agencies, responded, and they asked me to get a lawyer and do a affidavit. I have since disposed an affidavit. They gave me a case number, 2018, and since I disposed the affidavit, I have not heard anything from them. So that is what I have disclosed, because it was a formal kind of, except here and there where there were allegations, and we would respond through statements and everything as part of my political deployments in government.
Thank you very much. I think that's noted on record.
Thank you, Chair.
The committee is filling a vacancy in the commission, but part of the vacancies that are vacant in the commission is the position of the deputy chairperson. Will you be able to make yourself available for that kind of responsibility?
Yes, Chair, I will be available.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lapp. Members, here is your candidate in front of you. We'll start with Honorable Glover, take Honorable Bredenberg, take Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Dena, Honorable Motaung, Honorable Matafa, and Honorable Tsotitsi. Members, a reminder, you have 5 minutes. Use it wisely. Honorable Glover.
Thank you, Chairperson. First, I'd just like to say on page 3, you've got a typo, I believe. I can't believe you were in Parliament from 2019 to 2004. I think it's 24. So I just want to quickly find out your achievements. You were the MEC for rural developments as well as traditional affairs. In short, can you just give me 1 or 2 of your achievements, and I will come in with more questions.
Thank you, Chair. At local government and traditional affairs specifically,
Switch off the mic, Honorable Glover.
Okay. I initiated a program that we called Tshimo ya Kgosi, based on the plight that I saw as an MEC.
Tsimyakhose means
Tshimo ya
Intsimi Yenkosi.
Kgosi, literally meaning the concept is about helping your traditional leaders. You know that in our tradition, everybody, when they have a problem, they go to the Kgosi. And the Kgosi no longer have that power of soliciting payments from people like they used to do when they stamp forms and everything. But when there's a funeral, when there's hunger, where's everything, everybody goes to Kgosi as everything. Now with that program that I advocated, and it was approved in all levels of the province, we were able to assist the Kgosi in terms of them being part of the agricultural community. They were choosing whether they want to do crop farming or livestock. And there was a quantum that was agreed upon and approved at provincial level to help all the 56, the local authorities in Northwest got that. They are still farming, they are still being able to help communities, but in the main, it was also to improve their dignity as the Kgosi, as people that they are looking at. So that was on traditional level. At agriculture, I have resuscitated structures that we called WAD, Women in Agriculture, and Rural Development, Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development. We supported these structures in order to expand agriculture and make sure that we address the food insecurity in our communities, because when we looked at the Stats SA reports, especially community surveys, there were people that went hungry or have food before month end or before anything. So the biggest achievement is that we managed to produce a female farmer of the year in the Northwest, but notably we took the food security levels of Northwest from 9 to 6. When we got into office, Northwest was the most food insecure at number 9, and we managed to push it to number 6.
It's just one more question then I have for you, because I think my time should be limited. You spoke about one of the biggest challenges facing human rights in South Africa is access or limited access to healthcare. Considering that we have such beautiful A-grade hospitals, or public hospitals in South Africa, why would you say that there is a problem with limited access to healthcare? What is the challenge that you foresee, seeing that you also worked in healthcare?
The healthcare might be there, but access is a problem. You will understand that in South Africa, you have government hospitals, you have what you call your private hospitals, and they are not on the same level. And besides the access in terms of affordability to pay for the best care, you also have the majority of our government hospitals struggling to attract the experts in the hospitals. So even if we try to provide for health, that becomes a stumbling block. The other issue will be having the right equipment at the right level. We have seen even with our so-called celebrities being unable to afford, being unable to access this. So the limitation mostly is on that. I remember one of the reports that I read of the exodus of the experts in health out of our country because of bemoaning the salary levels of the country in a way. So that is why I think the country took an initiative to train even doctors in Cuba and everything, just to augment or to address that. So the access might be on the distance also. You look at rural areas, we used to have what we call mobile clinics to make sure that we go, but mobile clinics doesn't go every day. It goes maybe twice in a month, fortnightly. So you would wonder if people don't have to get sick in those. But when they go also, they have to have someone who's able to give injections, the scope of practice in the healthcare center, someone who's able to dispense even scheduled drugs. So if you don't have such in a mobile clinic, it becomes a problem. Thanks, Chair.
You can take the last one, Honorable Glover.
It's based on the same question, ma'am. So what you are saying is it's not so much access to the hospitals. The hospitals are readily available in most cases. Obviously, there's the unique places like the clinics. So are you saying that the human rights violation is then perpetuated by the government not funding these hospitals properly, not supplying the proper equipment, not ensuring that there's enough doctors at these hospitals? If that is the current situation, is that what you're saying? Or am I misunderstanding?
My response was on twofold. Government might have buildings in terms of hospitals, but if the expected health care is not there to be provided, you don't have a doctor, you don't have a cardiologist, you don't have a surgeon, you don't have an X-ray as an equipment, it's fruitless. And this makes a violation in a way. It becomes a violation because if people in the farms also, like I talk about mobile clinics, they don't access that, they don't have mobile clinics coming. The car is there, it does not have manpower. That is violation. But violation in healthcare can be in numerous sites. For an example, if you have an outbreak of a disease and you are unable to curb that, it becomes a problem. So that is why I said it is in those folds that I'm looking at advocating it. It's not like we don't have those buildings and everything. It might be structural and institutional dynamics that makes a challenge in terms of violating our healthcare rights.
Thank you very much, Honorable Glover. Honorable Bredenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best to stick to the allotted 5 minutes. You mentioned in your introduction, Madam, that you thought that you could integrate a number of disciplines, including law. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, well, that's what I heard. No. So do you have any idea what the rule of law is? And if you do, what is your understanding of it?
Thank you, Chair. The rule of law, the basic about it is the equality before the law for everybody. And in this case, it means we cannot discriminate anybody based on any criteria that might be there. So for rule of law, it has to be, everybody has to be treated in a just kind of treatment, no cruelty, no unfair discrimination. So for rule of law to prevail, it means all South Africans or all people within the country has to experience the same treatment.
Oh, that's not a bad summary for somebody who's not a lawyer. I want to go back to, unfortunately, the cattle issue.
There?
The cattle issue.
Okay.
It's important, you'll understand, if you want to be a
Yes.
member of the Human Rights Commission, we need to satisfy ourselves on that issue. So, briefly, the facts are there were a number of cattle, heads of cattle delivered to your farm in the northwest, worth in the region of $500,000. In 3 tranches, they were signed for by your brother-in-law on the farm. And the allegation at the time was that they had been delivered by a company with whom you had some sort of relationship. Is that a fair summation of,
Yes.
of what the allegations were? And I
Yes.
stress they're only allegations.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any explanation today as to why the cattle were delivered to your farm, how they came to be there?
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Like I've indicated that there were numerous allegations that were made when I was MEC for Agriculture, and this is one of them. And we responded, by then I responded. One is that no cattle was delivered at my farm. Investigation was done, and it was not even like this other one that I have declared formally. It was just inquiries by media and everything. 2 is that I remember even on their description that they gave, even on the cattle then, it was a different breed that I have. So when those that had interest, because I don't know if law enforcement agents also went and everything, but it was media, it was everybody that was interested. They were never blocked, they went and they could not find. And I maintained by then to say, he who alleges must prove. There was never proof that I took cattle. The allegation was that it was cattle meant for the farmers and were delivered at my farm. That was not the case. Up to today, nobody ever brought a formal inquiry or investigation like this one that I was supposed even to do a affidavit on that. So it was not.
Thank you. Do I have any time left, Chair?
Sorry, we have 3 seconds. You can
Oh, well, that's
conclude
fine.
on
Then
the
I'm
3
done.
seconds.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Good morning, Dr. Lapp.
Morning, Honorable Member.
Yeah, it goes without saying that we have prepared adequately for this interview. And the section that establishes the Human Rights Commission in the Constitution is Section 184. It only has 4 sections. So I just want to ask you a question which relates to that section.
Okay.
The first question is, what is your take on Section 184, subsection 3, in terms of the effectiveness of the Commission in ensuring that the human rights are protected and they are enhanced by the Human Rights Commission? What is your take? And has the Commission done its work in executing that section adequately or to the maximum? What is your take on it?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. My take is that the Commission has done some work and adequately, but you know that in any circumstances, there's always room for improvement. When you look at the Commission, and I will take that it is serving on the behest of the country, South Africa has done a lot, and there are laws that has been established, like your Human Rights Commission Act that has been repealed to be 40 of 2013. But the Human Rights Commission on itself borders on the instruction, for lack of better word, or what is required by international and regional treaties as a body that observes, monitors, and investigates the observance of human rights. So in a way, effectively, the Commission has got programs that they're looking at. Their mandate borders on investigating any allegations, protecting and promoting human rights in the country, but also working with other institutions of government, organs of government, also liaising with those regional and national to make sure that they comply with the treaties, with the conventions and the law and the constitution mainly of South Africa in terms of human rights observations.
All right, no. I'm sorry to cut you. I'm trying to save my time. It's very limited.
And
I
that's
think
the
I
last
get the
point.
gist of your response. Do you understand the subsection that I talk about and what it says? Do you understand it?
I was working on what you said, Chair, the effectiveness of the Commission and whether the Commission has done enough.
Yes, in relation to section 183, subsection 3. Do you understand that subsection?
I would not know the
So you do not know what it says?
yes, Chair, in terms of the section, if you able to help me to say what does it say, then probably we could meet
Okay,
each
now I
other.
can help you, but
Yes.
my observation is that you are not prepared for this interview, precisely because that section which establishes this commission only has 4 sections, from section 184 to section 187 or 188. So there's no way that you cannot prepare, all those sections. It's just a slim paragraph. So you are supposed to know these sections by your heart. It's not the whole book, or it's not the whole page. It's just a few paragraphs, just a few sentences. So you did not prepare. The section that I'm talking about talks about the role of the Human Rights Commission in ensuring that all organs of state do have measures in place to implement the human rights or to protect the human rights. It gives that responsibility to the Human Rights Commission. Now the question is,
Thank you, Honorable
according to your observation, has the Commission done that successfully or not?
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo. Unfortunately, I think the comment is fair. Let's take it as a comment. Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Chair. I have 5 questions, so I hope I'll get them into my time allocation. Good morning, Dr. Tlhape.
Morning, Honorable Member.
I'll ask my first 2 questions together. The first one is you have extensive experience on local government level, and we all know that local government is currently one of the biggest human rights violators in the country. If we look at water shortages and pollution of drinking water with sewage, etc. So we're all of the opinion that a strong stance has to be taken, and the SAHRC is perceived to be toothless in this regard. So I'd like to know, how will you tackle that perception, that problem, and how will you, in such a situation, take the matter on? Let me ask that first. And then secondly, the constitutional right to self-determination is guaranteed by Section 235 of the Constitution, which basically means that communities with a similar heritage like language has the right to self-determination. So I'd like to know what your understanding is of self-determination and how you will promote it for all communities in South Africa. So let me stop there with the first 2 questions, and then I will ask the rest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Importantly, with a local government, it is the overseer of your basic services as indicated. And taking from the previous honorable member, as a Human Rights Commission, you are able to request information from government departments as to what are they doing, measures that they are taking to observe human rights. But the Commission also has got a mandate or the competency of requesting that information, and where they see that it infringes on the observance of human rights, they are able to tell any organ of state. But importantly, Chase, the interrelation or fostering partnerships. In this case, I will deal with SALGA as the organization that is responsible for municipalities. Also, check with the departments that are responsible for implementation of certain services in local municipalities, because others are competency of national departments. So your intergovernmental relations or fostering partnerships will bother on these organs of state. But I also note, Chair, that the Commission has got the rights to litigate. It is there on their annual reports of cases that the Commission has successfully litigated municipalities in terms of failing to observe, like your landfill sites, for an example, issues of water and all those. So there are measures that we would want to do. As a Commission, you first assess, investigate, and try to mediate and conciliate. If not, then with the help of others, stakeholders that might be responsible, you can be able to reach an agreement. Otherwise, the last resort will be able to litigate in order to assist those that are affected, not to secure a redress in that case.
Thank you. Honorable Madau.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Lapp.
Morning, Honorable Member.
I'm going to ask you 4 questions to try and save my time. 1, do you see yourself as a human rights champion? If yes, can you please explain in what specific areas? Secondly, each commissioner is allocated a focus area. What human rights focus area will you wish to promote and develop during your term, and why?
Thank you, Chair.
The third one will be, do you believe that commission is sufficiently accessible? How will you go about improving the accessibility of the commission? And then my last question to you will be, with the current state of the commission that is all over the media, currently the commission is not stable, or the stability in the commission is a problem. What is it that you can bring to improve the current situation? Lastly, what can you do to assist the commission to improve the relationship between the management and the commission? Thank you.
Thank you,
Lapp, have you been able to capture all those?
I tried, Chair, yes.
Okay, so you can answer now.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, Honorable Member, I see myself as a champion of human rights. I've alluded to the experience and academic blend, and I have proven record of advocacy, implementation and development of policies that borders on issues of human rights on the areas that I held positions with, because as a legislator, you work with formulation of legislation that protects human rights, that makes provision of services, that speaks to human rights at a specific area. I spoke about my experience in health, the experience in working with basic service delivery as a mayor and as an MEC for food security, for issues of environment, for issues of rural development that talks to improving the socio-economic conditions of our communities. On the focal areas, my interest would be on provision of food or food security. And the reason is that issues of land redistribution was the framework that I worked on for my PhD, but it's more about passion, it's more about interest. Because if you cannot redistribute land, food security will not be provided. But I worked with communities in expanding agriculture. I have been held accountable on programs that I initiated, on programs that are mandated by government in terms of food security. I've held executive accountable as a committee member in terms of food security. So issues of planning targets and achieving targets becomes very key in a focal area. Hence I said that this will be where the passion is, and making sure that we realize that provision of food as a right. The commission is accessible because it has got footprints in all the provinces in terms of offices. But I have noted that there is a challenge of high staff turnover, especially in your senior management. So the question would be whether a walk-in person or a person who rides or roads will get response because of inability or incapacity to limitations of staff. But in all fairness, they are all having those offices. There's a line that is known, and also the methods that they use for you to lodge complaints allow you to say there's accessibility, because you can write, you can call, you can make a walk-in. How to improve accessibility? It will be on tapping on one of the core mandates, that is education and advocacy. Making sure that you go out and indicate to people the existence of this committee, what it is dealing with, and teaching people about human rights, so that once there's an allegation of violation, they know where to go to. The current state of stability, Chair indicated that I worked with teams with different members on committees and ad hoc committees, and that has given me or equipped me with emotional intelligence, how to restrain, how to know your space when you are given a mandate or an assignment. Where do you bother? And issues of subjectivity, that is a no-no, because you have to be objective, you have to be fair. So current stability borders mainly on the interrelationship and teamwork, working towards the same goal. That is something that we would want to address as a commission then, and look at also the internal control mechanism, like policies that deal with the conduct, so that everybody knows what is expected of them when you place them. The relationship between the staff and the commission will be also on that policy of the conduct, commissioners and staff members, knowing your place, knowing your lane, but having to be able to work as a team for the common goal, and everyone being held accountable for their job description, and making sure that together we work towards the phase and improvement of the phase of the commission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Lapp. Honorable Matafa.
Chair, when can you take me for a follow-up in the relation?
No, we're going to attend to that later. I saw Honorable Dana was indicating something as well. Okay. So we're going to, we can take that later. Let's allow members to conclude then. Anything we can take after that. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Lapp.
Good morning, Honorable.
Let me thank you for showing interest in this position and welcome you to the committee. I know the Chair has done that. Chair, if you allow me, I would want to piggyback on the question that was asked by Honorable Motaung as my first question. I only have two, and I think this one is more important. Should you be considered to be appointed as a deputy chairperson of the commission? In your response on the stability of the commission, I don't think that you came out strong on how you will harmonize the working relationship. Maybe it's because Honorable Motaung, when she said it's in the media, she was not pointed in terms of why is the commission all over the media. One of the issues that we picked up as a committee in our previous engagements with the Human Rights Commission is that there is an allegation of a toxic working relationship. We have received numerous complaints, counter-complaints, allegations, counter-allegations between the Secretariat and the commissioners. So if you can just share with us, how would you use your experience, background, and qualifications to harmonize that relationship so that that stability is restored by improving the working relationship? Once the doctor has responded, I'll come with my second question, Chair, if you allow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thanks for the clarity and indication of what could be issues in the working environment. Chair, the work environment, once it becomes toxic, one has to go to the root cause to say what would have been issues. One is that the relationship between the Secretariat and the Commission has to be cordial. One issues that might be a problem becomes, in this case, your interference. Hence, I spoke about remaining on your lane, knowing why you are there. Two is unclear mandates or job descriptions. Why am I here? What is expected of me? Being firm or playing your authority, being present as a commission in terms of attainment of deadlines, reports that are expected also from Secretariat, making sure that you support them for them to do their job. If we don't give them the tools of work, they will not do their job. At last, there will be conflict. So we must make sure that in all instances, everybody has got the right tools to do their job. They know what is expected of them, but give them space also to do the job. The other issue, like I spoke about interference, that when reports are written, everybody must participate in, according to the policies, how do we deal with a report? You discuss, you assess, and whether it gets edited, whether it gets adopted, follow the lines that needs to be done. So we would have to look into that and make sure that once in a while we also stick to the meetings or internal meetings and making sure that we look at where we are, how far are we, and anything that needs to be attended to. But the absence of authority becomes a challenge in many instances, and it makes people to do as they wish, and you come at the last end to say, but this cannot be done. It makes people to be angry and to lose respect for those who must be in charge.
Thank you very much for that response. Chair, my last question is with relations to Dr. Tlhape's impressive CV. Very much impressive, highly qualified, but one cannot escape the fact that you have quite an extensive exposure to the political environment. Can we see this as a risk that you may be challenged when you have to deal with politically sensitive issues? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've indicated that over the years of my work, I have gained an in-depth and competent skills like your emotional intelligence and the ability to be fair and objective. For an example, Chair, when I served as a member in the ad hoc committees here in Parliament, there were never comebacks on the reports that we did.
Yeah, and the Section 194 committee was here in this chamber.
Yes, Section 194, including appointing the
So
person.
you're coming back to this chamber.
Yes, including when I was the chair of Powers and Privileges investigating the then Speaker allegations of misconduct. So you need to know where you are, how you separate. And the Act, Human Rights is very clear to say the Human Rights Commission is not a political party. It does not support or agree with the stance of any political party. I have been over the years, Chair, as a public representative, maintain objectivity when dealing with sensitive political issues and make sure that we look at the assignment at hand, investigation and recommendations without interference. That has always been, and such issues you always have a collective that you work with, and I have never had squabbles in that regard.
Thank you, Dr. Lapp. Honorable.
Give me an advantage of being the first to speak. It did not work. Now, thank you. And,
I dealt with you deliberately.
and good morning, Dr. Tlhape.
Morning, Honorable Member.
Yes, I would have earlier on said to the committee that I am a former chairperson of the Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development in the Northwest Province. This country, Dr. Tlhape, comes from a very dark past where human rights was not respected, others were oppressed as a matter of legislation. Now, how do you see the Human Rights Commission assisting to foster the reconciliation in the country as well as social cohesion? Of course, having in mind the fact that in 2022, the High Court in Mpumalanga would have issued a directive that the Human Rights Commission does not have binding powers. And that decision was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Appeals. Now, how do you think that with that situation prevalent, the Human Rights Commission can be able to work in fostering, assisting the project of fostering reconciliation and social cohesion? Let me deal with that and then I'll come back later if I still have time.
Thank you, Chair. It is true that we're having still challenges in South Africa of systemic infringements on human rights bordering on the previous situation in the country, as you've indicated. But the Commission, when you look into the powers that has been given to it by the act that established it, it can relatively assist. One is that you need to hold those that have been given the power to implement certain measures that ameliorate on infringement of human rights to account. For an example, the Commission can demand information from a department to say, executively or legislatively, how have you been dealing with issues of human rights in this aspect? Two is that when the legislation that is proposed is bordering on human rights that have been alluded in the Constitution, the committee is able to go to that legislator and say, this will be in the violation of human rights. I'm saying this because legislation in the main protects the human rights, so they have the power to use that to protect. And in the protection, you will be dealing with issues that are there of economic and social problems or challenges that brings instability or division within our country. For an example, you still have pockets of racial segregations. You still have pockets of inequality and unemployment and poverty, issues of unequal land distribution, issues of housing. So using the legislation and the powers that has been given to the Commission, you can bring society together through compliance to legislation and implementation and monitoring the very same implementation, also as alluded by other bodies other than even the government. But constitutionally, you have those powers. And it's only when there's compliance, when there's implementation, that we can bring our people together. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. In the current form, do you believe that the Human Rights Commission has been able to fulfill its mandate? And then if it hasn't, what do you think your inclusion in as part of the commissioners will do to assist the situation? And if it has, do you see any areas of improvement? How do you think it must improve its on its responsibilities?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I had an opportunity to look at the annual report of the Commission, and I would say fairly there has been progress that has been made. Outstandingly is the Commission's ability to hold the A status, which is a benchmark for compliance that is done by your treaties, by your international human rights institutions. The challenge would be, is it on paper or is it happening on the ground? So that will take me to this point of what will be areas of improvement. I looked at this annual report and also in conjunction with your trends as to what are the main challenges that the Commission are grappling with. But notably in the annual report, the AG was bemoaning the fact of inability to give reliable information. Hence I'm saying, is it happening on the ground? So what we will do is to go into these challenges that are there at the trends to say what are the top 5 common challenges, foster partnership in resolving them, also looking at the targets that the Commission has set for themselves, because if we talk performance of the Commission, it would be based on the targets, whether they are reliable or unreliable, or targets that speaks to attaining the protection and promotion of human rights. So I would start there, Chair, to look at how do we come up with a program that seeks to advocate and improve our stance as the Commission currently, and foster partnership, because like I said, some of the things are not only done by the Commission, but they are holding organs of state accountable in realizing the protection and improvement of human rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Sotedzi. No, you don't. You have 2 seconds. You can't use 2 seconds. Honorable Dena, there is something that you have been indicating. I don't know what it is.
Chair, I've been indicating that you cheated me out of my time.
No, you were left with 5 seconds, by the way.
Can I use those 5 seconds?
Yeah, you
quickly?
can.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Klappe, first of all, I didn't quite get an answer on my question regarding the right to self-determination. So if you could just answer me on that. And then luckily one of my questions were covered by Honorable Matafa. So my last question is just, it's with regards to the cattle matter again. You were removed as MEC of Agriculture by the then Premier Mogoro. And according to what I could gather, you did not, for the lack of a better word, fight that decision. Now you've explained to us that there was no merit in the allegations. So if you did not fight that decision, can you please tell us why, if it wasn't true? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Your 5 seconds is up. Dr. Klappe, please hold.
Thank you, Chair. Self-determination.
Dr. Klappe, please hold.
Okay.
Just note. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, Dr. Klapp, I just want you to help me. There's a confusion which I'm zooming on. When you are responding to the question of Honorable Mutlape, you gave an account of your historical
Honorable who?
involvement. Now, the question is, my observation on your CV And based on what you have said on your reply, the involvement has been related to your career or to deployment, either to deployment or to employment. The involvement in promoting human rights. At no point where you were involved voluntarily, maybe as a community member or through an NGO and so on and so forth and so forth. Now, how
Yeah,
do I
and
make
your-
a
and your 3
distinction
seconds is up.
of whether your involvement was informed by money-related issues I mean,
Honorable Nomvalo.
are your interests to get a salary and so on? Make a
Yeah.
distinction, or it was out of a desire to transform society?
Yeah, close off now. Dr. Lapp.
Thank you, Chair. Self-determination will be on the rights of using the language of your preference, practicing the culture of your preference, and you cannot be discriminated on that. You need to determine even your reproductive rights and your rights of how you use your body. So that will be a self-determination right. Why I did not fight, I was, I would say, not removed, because as an MEC, you serve as per the invitation of the Premier. At no stage did Premier Mokoro says, I removed you because of the cattle allegations matter. I was there when I was called to say, at this point, that was in December, we will not be continuing with you as an MEC. And I asked, as in any way exit interview, to say, is there anything, Premier, that I have done that can assist me moving forward? And he said, no, it is just that as a Premier, now and then, you need to look at your team and assess and bring others. But it was never about that. Media might have speculated is that because the cattle thing was not even the only allegation, so it was not the reason for me being uninvited. I would not fight. I did not go into interview to be an MEC. When it has got nothing to do with labor relations. You get invited, you can be disinvited at any time if there's a word like disinvited. So that is why you cannot fight such. Voluntarily, okay, this one. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Member, I've got a passion of doing those programs, especially in your agricultural related areas. What we know as communities that we grow in rural areas, the only thing that we know is how to provide food for ourselves. So it was not about that I was getting money. All these things that I said, for an example, that I gained experience in terms of public policy and advocacy and implementation of programs. You get to know where you come from as a person, appreciate the needs of your people. I grew up in a farm areas. I still stay in a small agricultural town. So you get to appreciate where you come from and how you can help people. So it's about passion, it's about also the competency and the mandates that you get to know when you get to a situation to say, in this department, this is a mandate, this is where it focuses on. So you have to brush your skills, but it was not about me getting money or being salaried at a certain level, no. It is something that was close to my heart, but improving the socio-economic problems of our people. Like I said, my academic background gave me at least a provision to know the socio-economic determinants of such challenges of human rights.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lapp. We wish to extend our appreciation of you showing interest to be part of the commission. We wish to tell you that the committee will have its own committee deliberations on a date that it will set to consider all the issues relating to the interviews and all the candidates, and will be in contact with all the candidates. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members will now be taking Advocate Tema. Good morning, Advocate Tema.
Good morning, Chairperson.
May we please indicate that you have water in front of you,
Yes, I do have a bottle of water. Thank you.
and you can promise that you will need it.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning and welcome, Advocate Tema. We are going to give you some few questions at once. Hopefully you'll be able to note them. Then after that, the committee members are going to ask questions. The first question is, please tell us about who you are, your values and your experience, and why this makes you a suitable candidate for the position. What motivated you to apply for the position of the commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission? Explain why you are the right person to serve at the South African Human Rights Commission or as a South African Human Rights Commissioner. If you are appointed, what legacy would you build in the commission? Hope you have noted those.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, you can respond now.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the committee, and thank you for inviting me to this interview. My name is Funeka Tema. I am a practicing advocate with the Tshwane Society of Advocates in Pretoria. We are based in Menlyn. I am legally qualified with a BProc and an LLB from the University of Limpopo and University of Pretoria, respectively. I started working as a human rights researcher on socioeconomic rights with the institution called National Institute of Public Interest Law and Research. I then moved in the same organization to a position of a program coordinator on the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, which actually gave me an opportunity whilst I was there, the same organization, NIPILA, which gave me an opportunity to be part of the NGO community that was representing South Africa when South Africa was presenting their first CEDAW report at the UN in New York. I then proceeded to work for the Lawyers for Human Rights for a short stint. It was a 6-month contract as a legal counsel wherein I was assessing asylum seekers, and I left for I think I went to the University of Fort Hare, where I worked as a human rights trainer with the Oliver Tambo Chair for Human Rights under UNESCO. I then left, went to the Human Rights Commission. I was appointed in the Western Cape office. Stayed for, I think, for about 8 months here in Cape Town. And at that time, we were working both in Western Cape and Northern Cape because they only had few offices at the time. So I was appointed for Western Cape and Northern Cape. I then moved to Limpopo for personal reasons, where I started as a provincial manager at the Human Rights Commission in Polokwane. I left the Human Rights Commission in I think end of 2005, 2004, 2005, I can't remember quite well. And because I wanted to pursue my career as a legal practitioner, I then went and did my articles as a candidate attorney, passed my board, and then got admitted as such as an attorney. I worked for several law firms around Pretoria, but then I still felt, something was still not complete with me. I then went on and I joined I think I was interviewed for the Gender Commission and the Department of Justice at the same time, so the offer for the Gender Commission came before I could get the offer for the Department of Justice, though my view was to get the Department of Justice position for my own personal growth, because I had worked for a Chapter 9 institution before, so I wanted to now go to a government department and be a fully fledged public servant. And then I stayed with the Gender Commission for a few months, I think 2 months to say, and then I left and then joined the Department of Justice, where I was appointed as the Small Claims Court Project Coordinator. I stayed with the department for about 7 to 8 years, and when I started there, we had about 53 small claims courts, and when I left, I can safely say we had established close to 384 small claims court, which was my responsibility then to be, to make sure that we transform and we re-engineer small claims court in the sense that we are allowing access to justice for those previously disadvantaged people. And again, I then left the commission because I wanted to pursue my career as a legal practitioner. That's when I went to do pupillage, and I got admitted as an advocate with the Johannesburg Bar, and then I later moved to the Tshwane Society of Advocates. That's where I am. I think that is basically my experience as a legal practitioner, and over and above that, I'm also a member of the board member of Tshwane Society of Advocates. I'm also with the Legal Practice Council. I'm also in the Committee of Discipline Investigations. I'm also with the Rental Housing Tribunal, wherein we deal daily with issues of rental housing, access to housing through the Human Settlements Department. And the reason why I think I am the suitable candidate is given the experience that I've had over the years since I started working, having worked as my early years, my formative years in 1996, having started working as a human rights, within human rights organizations, dealing with issues of socioeconomic rights. And throughout the years and the experience that I've also had with the Human Rights Commission back then, having worked in 2 different provinces which have different dynamics to themselves, gives me that opportunity to be able or a suitable candidate for this position. And now as having worked as well for the Department of Justice, wherein transformation of the small claims courts, wherein access to justice, we've seen access to justice being given to the vulnerable of our society. And, the realization of that right, I think that was, it's clear now in the ear, because every time, like usually when I'm with the Rental Housing Tribunal, you'll hear a person saying, I have a letter from the small claims courts, et cetera, and that gives me pride to say, people have confidence in the system, they're having confidence in those small claims courts. And also now being a practitioner now, a fully fledged practitioner, I've been a practitioner for about 8 years now, having legal experience, having litigation experience, and having acquired the know-how in terms of how to approach issues. And also the reason why I feel like, also it was a motivation also for me to say, it's also an opportunity to grow, especially in my line of work, wherein you aspire to become a judge later on in life, then this opportunity will give me that, will grow me as a person to grow better and be a better person who will be later big. When I'm given an opportunity to become a judge, then this opportunity will give me that as well to allow me the space to do so. And I think the other question, why the right to serve as a commissioner, I don't think I remember the question quite well, but I think the reason is, why do I think I am the right person to serve as a commissioner? I think given my experience, like I've indicated earlier on, I think I've grown throughout my profession. To say at this point, having grown to this, I see there is a contribution that I can make to the Human Rights Commission, especially at the point that the Human Rights Commission is, and given the fact that I worked for the Commission back then, and then I know, I think I have, not necessarily that I know, but I have an understanding of the objective and where the Commission was headed. And currently with the state of the Commission now, where we see it, I believe that I can be the right candidate, to take it to a greater and better heights. And given the fact that I've done quite a number of work, in between from when I started until now, I think there's so much that I can bring to the Commission that the Commission can actually benefit from. And also, I think the legacy that I think I can leave the Commission with is that, I think we are in a different, the Commission has been around for over 25 years, if I think. And I think it's time that it needs to, redefine itself so that they can gain the confidence, because I believe that people have lost confidence in the Human Rights Commission. So I think the legacy that I can leave with the commission is that people will then gain confidence, in the institutions such as the Human Rights Commission, in the sense that they will see how the rights have been realized, and that it's no longer, because I think people think the commission is irrelevant at this point in time, and it still has a great deal of work to do in terms of ensuring that the rights in the Bill of Rights are realized in favor of our society, in favor of our community. And I think the legacy that I will leave is that people will continue to have confidence in the South African Human Rights Commission and see it as a relevant institution wherein people can rely on it to bring in their rights if they feel that they have been violated.
Thank you. Is there anything that you think it is worth declaring here in Parliament?
I think for me, the one thing that I thought I could declare, which I think I wrote even in my questionnaire, was that, which I think was activated by this process, was that I got a message, I think about a month ago, from the Department of Justice, wherein they were saying there is an amount that I'm owing the department, which I was not aware of. Apparently it's a pension. I don't know whether they did not calculate my pension money properly or what, I do not know. But that's what I got from them. That's what I got from the people who sent me that message.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We are filling a vacancy of a full-time commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission. But we have got a vacancy as well of the deputy chairperson of the commission. Okay. If offered the opportunity to make yourself available.
Okay, I'll say this because my impression was that this was a part-time commissioner. I was not aware because I think the advert and the person who sent it to me told me that it's a part-time commissioner.
No,
So I was not aware that it was.
The advert
Yes.
was clearly saying a full-time commissioner.
Okay.
The
I
advert
think I
was
did
very
not-
clear.
Yeah.
Remember, in terms of the Act,
Yes.
you have got 8 commissioners.
Yes, I am aware.
6 of that 8 is full-time.
Yes.
2 is part-time.
Yes.
We don't have a vacancy of a part-time commissioner.
Oh, yes.
The commissioner that we are filling a vacancy of was a deputy chairperson of the commission,
Oh.
Commissioner Kohan. So we're filling a full-time commissioner vacancy. So are you available to be a full-time commissioner?
I think, like I've said, my impression, I guess, maybe because I saw the advert on the last day of the application, of the closing date, I did not necessarily read it thoroughly. And when I asked the person who sent it to me, because I asked her, is it a part-time or a full-time? She said, no, it's part-time. So I was like, okay, fine, then I can put through the.
So,
I
Advocate Tema, I want us to get to the end of this.
Yes.
Are you available for a full-time commissioner position?
I must be honest, I am not available for a full-time commissioner.
Okay. Thank you very much, Advocate Tema. We won't be taking this further.
Yes, no, I am
we
not
apologize
available.
for any
Yes,
kind
yes,
of inconvenience this may have caused you,
Yes.
and the impression that may have been created to you. We are looking for a full-time commissioner.
Oh, yes, no, I do
who
understand.
may possible be a deputy chairperson of the commission.
Yes, I do understand.
Thank you very much. We'll excuse you
thank you.
from that.
Okay.
We'll talk outside. It's fine.
Okay, no,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much for your time, and thank you for allowing
Thank you very
me to
much,
be-
Advocate Tema.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, you heard that the candidate is not available for a full-time position. I think we should end it there, Honorable Bredenbach.
Thanks, Chair. Perhaps you should ask that question first. Perhaps you should ask that question first of all the candidates.
What?
Perhaps you should ask that question first.
Oh, yeah, I think it's very important. No, you can leave or whatever. We're just having a conversation as a committee. Yeah, I think it's very important. I think some people may have gotten a wrong impression, and were clear about the advert. The advert was clear. Honorable Matafa? Okay. Okay. Oh, who's here? Let's take who's here, Chief. The next candidate is apparently not yet arrived. We're taking who's here now. We're taking the person available here. Honorable Moto?
Thanks, Chair. I would like to propose 5 minutes break.
Yeah, we can, whilst we're looking which candidate is here. The
Yes.
time now is 25 past 10. At 10:30, we're resuming.
Okay, thank you.
North Nahel, who's number 4 in the list. Number 3 is still at the Visitors Center, so we'll be taking Dr. North Nahel. Dr. North Nahel, good morning and welcome to the interviews. There is water in front of you.
Thank you very much. I just want to get my glasses, and I thought my interview is 12:30.
Yes, so ahead of our time. We understand that we would have planned for a particular time period, but because we've been fast in terms of how we're working, so we're ahead of our time. So apologies for that.
That's fine.
We're going to ask you some few questions from the chair, then the members are going to ask you questions. But from our experience in the last candidate, we want to ask you, are you available to be a full-time commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Yes, I'm available. Thank you. Full time.
Then we can proceed. I'm going to ask you 4 questions. Please note them and respond at once. Please tell us about who you are, your values and your experience, and why this makes you a suitable candidate for the position of the South African Human Rights Commission Commissioner. What motivated you to apply for the position at the Commission? Explain to the committee, why are you the right person to serve in the Commission? And if appointed, what legacy do you think you are going to leave in the Commission at its current state? You can start now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I would just like to greet everybody that's here today. I'm very thankful to be shortlisted, so thank you for that opportunity. I've been in Parliament till the end of May this year, and since then I was at home doing courses to improve myself, because I thought maybe I can become a personal coach. So I've done about 6 courses. I've done a TEFL course, so I kept busy improving myself as a person. Why I think I'm the right person for this vacancy is that I've got a lot of commitment to human rights, and what I believe in aligns with the South African Human Rights Commission. I believe I've got the relevant experience, because coming from a background from 3 higher education systems and a member of the mayoral committee in Mangaung as well, and a member of parliament, I had lots of opportunities to work with communities. My years at the University of the Free State as well as Central University of Technology, we had one subject where we did community engagement, and we took the students out to go and work in the underprivileged areas. My background as a sociologist, where we also learned a lot about the environment, about racism, gender issues, class, deviance, and social control. I believe that will also assist me in being a commissioner. I've also got the ability to work independently and neutrality, because I know in this position you cannot choose sides, you must be impartial, And that I've been now for several months because I was not involved in any political activities for a while now. So I know I can be impartial for this position. My vision is also that the South African Human Rights Commission, that there can be sustainable change if needed. I've also got a practical, orientated approach to sort things out. As a councillor for 15 years, of which 5 was a member of the mayoral committee, I had to work with lots of people where I had to be in a leadership position. And I also had to be accountable for service delivery to the community. So wherever we went, there was always for me the opportunity to get engaged with all the stakeholders and the community. I realized that human rights at the moment is in a very dynamic, changing environment, and that we can need to address this with our new national government. The other thing I also would like to emphasize is that my leadership abilities. As a lecturer and standing in front of a class, you need to be at the end a leader, because you take the students from matric to a degree. So it's how you also influence them and that they will get a degree. I still have students at the moment that still saying to me, "How are you?" that still contact me. And that means a lot to me, that they still want to be in touch with me. What was the other part of the question?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Is there anything you wish to declare on record in Parliament?
No, I've got nothing to declare on record. Thank you.
Okay. This vacancy we are interviewing candidates for is a vacancy of a full-time commissioner in the commission. But there is also a vacancy in the commission of a deputy chairperson. So if appointed, would you make yourself available for a deputy chairperson of the commission?
Yes, I will be available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nachel. Members, the candidate is now yours. Honorable Glopa, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Dena, Honorable Botaung, Honorable Matafa, and Honorable Zodetsi. 5 minutes. The 5 minutes just now, Honorable Glopa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Dr. Notlachel. I'll just have a couple of questions, and I'll ask them in one go. You served as a councillor, and as a councillor, you face a lot of conflict between yourselves and community members as things aren't always running smoothly as we wish they would. How do you handle that conflict? And in the time that you served as a councillor, were you able to serve politically impartially towards the many residents in a constituency? You also mentioned that you faced many human rights cases. What specifically did you handle when it was coming to human rights, other than just the normal day-to-day tasks as a councillor? How did you intervene? And on the same flank, as becoming a commissioner in the Human Rights Commission, you will know that the human rights has been criticised sharply over the course, and I would just like to know how you would handle that criticism towards yourself personally, as well as the Commission in specific. Thank you.
As a councillor, yes, I must now think how to state it the right way. But coming from my background, when I was still in the ANC, I can honestly say that that didn't cause any friction between me being in the ANC or my friends that's in the DA. They still believed in me as a person that can help and assist, so I would still help people when there's water issues, lights that's not working. It was not a problem to help, not at all. Because for me, when it comes to service delivery, I don't see that there should be a link to your political party, because for me it's about taking care of your community. And there I had to be impartial. I couldn't say to a DI person, like my family, no, I'm not going to help you. Because it was then not about the political party. It was about caring for the community, for the bigger Mangaung Metro, not for anything for a political party. It was, I take care of the members of the community. So there's instances where you don't even mention your political background, you're there to assist the people. You also asked something
Dr.
else.
Noknachel, I take it that the question wants you to reveal your conflict management skills. How do you manage conflicts? How did you that back then? And how is that experience going to contribute to the commission?
Okay. As a woman, I was the MMC for rural development, and I was working with a lot of farmers, especially in the black community. And I can mention one day that there was a peaceful gathering where they asked permission from the police, and I was there getting at the back of a bakkie with my loudspeaker, and I had to give solutions to the people. And I was the only woman there. Not that that is really, it doesn't matter, but I, as a woman, was able to stand up on a bakkie with my speaker and to speak to the people that we could get resolutions. Because as a MMC, there was always working with black farmers, and sometimes even land invasion, like in Botshabelo. The one day the SPCA also called me because the community was very cross about some members staying there and starting to have cattle walking in the residential area. So I need to sort that out. And I remember it was in the beginning of COVID. I still have the pictures. We were standing now with our masks. It was quite a new thing to work with a mask. But I had to resolve that. Drive alone to Botshabelo, and I remember always some people would ask me, "Are you not afraid?" And I would say, no, I'm not afraid. So I was never afraid to solve problems as a woman, because I only worked with farmers as an MMC of rural development.
Thank you. Honorable Brettenbach.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Dr. Nagel. Are you still a member of the ANC?
I haven't been politically involved since end of May, so I'm no longer involved in any political activities.
Are you still a member of the ANC?
It's going to expire I think in a month's time, because it's a 5-year, in the ANC you pay for 5 years, 100 Rand. Oh. And I see mine is going to expire just now. Oh, okay. And I need to also, if I'm in this position, resign from the ANC, because otherwise I'm not going to be impartial.
Or you're not going to be impartial, or you're not going to be seen to be impartial?
For this position, I cannot be part of any political party, not the DA, not Action SA. So for me, it's about the position, not about the political party. So for me to resign from the ANC,
Thank you,
it's
that's fine, I'm covered. What do you think the single most important function, but please briefly, because we've only got 5 minutes, is of the Human Rights Commission?
promote and protect the human rights and to monitor also what's going on out there, to monitor that everything is going according to what the human rights is stated in South Africa. So promotion, promote, monitor. Thank you.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Good morning, Dr. Not Nagel.
Good morning.
Have you prepared for this interview?
Yes.
You have prepared, Dara. You have prepared, Dara. Dara, thoroughly.
I don't understand the last word.
Ad-
It says thoroughly. Thoroughly. Prepared thoroughly.
Completely.
Well, here's all the things I've done,
Okay.
the reading work.
Okay. You understand the scope of the commission, right?
Yes.
In terms of the constitutional mandate. Do you know that we have categories of human rights in South Africa? Different types of human rights. Different categories. What are those?
I'm going to mention a few. There's health, research, education.
No, maybe let me give you a hint. We have rights which are called political rights. You can go on. And which other categories do we have?
I'm a bit nervous now. Excuse me.
Okay, now let me help you because I'm also running out of time. We have political rights, we have economic rights, we have cultural rights.
Socio-economic rights.
Yes. Now, of those categories, according to your observations, according to your observation, which ones are mostly violated on a day-to-day basis in society?
Where I come from, first of all, our right to have water, it's always a problem in Mangaung. Gender-based violence is also a very big problem in Mangaung.
Okay. Do you agree with me if I say the human rights are mostly violated on the basis of class and race?
Yes.
Because black people, the majority of black people were historically disadvantaged. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And most of those people are located in the rural areas. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Have you ever stayed in the rural areas?
Stayed there?
In the rural areas?
No. But
Have you ever interacted with poor people?
Yes, yes. I had programs running that I did myself. When we had to wear masks, I started my own project to make masks because I realized the poorest people won't be able to afford a mask.
Okay.
So I did that project to hand out masks.
Okay, the last question before I run out of time. There's a problem, there's a deep-seated problem of racism in the farms. People get exploited, they sell their labor for cheap salaries. Some get exploited by their employers. How can you resolve that problem as a human rights commissioner? How can you confront it?
The most important thing to me is to have meetings with the farmers and make them aware of what is the human rights, because I know there is exploitation of farmers. I know about that. But it's very important to have meetings with all the stakeholders and to make them aware of what is the rights and even with the farm workers, that they would also know what is their rights, that they can act accordingly, because if they don't know what is the rights, they won't say anything. And the same with the farmers. You cannot pay a farm worker with a bag of milli meal. And I'm sure it's still happening today.
Dr. Notnacher, the question is, we have applied for a Human Rights Commission vacancy. Now, the people who bear the brunt of human rights abuses are the vulnerable stratas in society, which dominantly you find in townships and rural areas. How do you think then the country must move in protecting them and their rights?
Well, as I said, awareness campaigns, that people can know what is the right of other people in this country. I can just mention the example when I went to Soutpan. We had a meeting there at the school, and to me it's absolute violation of the human rights of the children in the school, because if you could see what the classrooms looked like, it's unacceptable. I couldn't believe what the state was in. So we need to work on things like that, where I could see nothing is happening here, but children are sitting in classrooms without windows, without doors. It's totally unacceptable.
No,
Okay.
but
No, your time was up long ago.
But you took my
Honorable
time.
Dana,
Thank you, Chair.
You took
Good
my
morning,
time.
Dr.
you can send me a message if
Good morning, Dr. Notnagel.
Good morning.
I just have one question. You have quite extensive experience on local government level, having been a councillor for a number of years, and you yourself alluded to the water crisis, for instance, in Mangaung. And we also know about the pollution problems in Mangaung and in many municipalities. So local government level is a very big culprit when it comes to human rights violations. And the Human Rights Commission is often perceived to be toothless when having to act against the people responsible for these violations. So how would you go about ensuring that the Human Rights Commission take a harder stance and proper action against human rights violations with regards to local government? Thank you, Chair.
I've been now a while out of local government, but I observed what was going on. I could see, and it is, as you are coming from the same town as myself, you would know we've got a big problem with the water issues. And sometimes it seems to me that nobody can get it right. It doesn't matter which political party, not at all. It's just they don't get it right. And that for me is a challenge to show, if I'm appointed, that me must try at my best to fix it. Because as you know, it's been carrying on for many years, and it cannot go on like this. It cannot. It's unacceptable.
Thank you. Honorable Mutau.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning, Dr. Notnagel.
Good morning.
I only have 3 questions. Doctor, may you please provide us with an examples of human rights campaigns or initiatives that you have led or been part of? Secondly, has the Commission been sufficiently proactive in respect of issues around food poisoning and food security? And then the last question, why it is important for the Commission to be visible?
Excuse me for just the last question.
The last one, why do you think it's important for the Commission to be visible?
On your first question, I had 3 projects that's related to violation of human rights. The first one was about gender-based violence, where I had to address the women, where we invited a group of women, and to address them, we had quite a few speakers and that was also in an underprivileged area where they were informed about what are their rights. I also had another project for school children, because children is also part of the list that we need to take care of. And that was a program where we handed out socks. The other one was on a farm where we had, sorry, where we all went out, we got money to buy shoes. I asked everybody I could to get shoes, so we went out to a farm to hand out the shoes. So I've always been busy with projects that will help and assist the underprivileged, always. The next one was on food security.
No.
No.
The question is about food poisoning.
Poison. Yes.
Something that is rife in the country now.
Yes, I've seen videos on social media that was horrific, and I'm happy to see that they are going now to take care of that. In Mangaung especially, they are busy closing some of the shops, so there is action being taken about the food that's poisoned.
Dr. Notnacher, we have got a serious challenge in the country now, which poses a threat to 2 basic rights, the right to life and the right to a safe environment. Now, how do you really think that the Commission must contribute and save the situation?
The Commission must immediately make the public aware of the food poisoning and the food that's being distributed by the spaza shops, because there's still people buying from them and not realizing what is going on. So immediately public awareness, where they can get the information to the people to realize to not buy from the spaza shops anymore.
Chair, with my few minutes left, Doctor, can you explain to us what is the mandate of the Human Rights Commission?
As I said previously, it's to promote and protect the rights of the people of the country, that they can have a life that's free from worry, and then to also monitor if there's rights that exist for the people, if it's implemented and if it's monitored to keep the people in the country safe.
Okay. What law governs the South African Human Rights Commission?
Excuse me?
What law, which national legislation governs the South African Human Rights Commission?
The Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 institution, and how can I say that the the Parliament is the custodian of the Human Rights
Law.
Commission.
National legislation. Which national legislation governs the South African Human Rights Commission? Okay, you don't know, it's fine. Honorable Matafa?
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Doctor.
Good day.
It's good to see you after all this time.
Yes, it's good to see you too.
Chair, I just have 3 questions. The first one, I'll pick up on where the doctor left off, that the Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 institution. We agree. My feeling is that the Chapter 9 institutions have interrelated functions. What would you propose to be an approach that will enhance cooperation and coordination between all Chapter 9 institutions? And why would it be important to achieve that? I'll come with my second question after you respond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Human Rights Commission cannot function in isolation, not at all. They need other stakeholders to be part of the bigger process to make the human rights work for the country. So, and to me, it's also not that we must see that the human rights shouldn't just be theoretical. It must be practical to implement for our country. But we also need other stakeholders like universities and NGOs to be part of the whole process. Because, as I said, they cannot function in isolation. Thank you.
Thank you. There is currently a misunderstanding. In my view, we've done a lot of community work, but there's a misunderstanding about the Human Rights Commission. Why would you say that is the case? And how do you think we can improve on the narrative that the Human Rights Commission is misunderstood in society? Thank you, Chair.
If the Human Rights Commission is misunderstood, it must be because of there's no public awareness about what they are doing. So it must be important. I mean, when I told a few people that I'm going for an interview, they didn't know anything about so I realized that there is people that don't know what is the South African Human Rights Commission. So public awareness must be very prominent in the country, that people know exactly where they can put in a complaint and what will they, and when can they put it in and what's allowed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. My last one here, I want to test your understanding of the interface between the Commission and Parliament. You know that commissioners are appointed by the President after a recommendation from Parliament. What is your understanding on the role of the National Assembly in supporting the Human Rights Commission to function optimally and be effective in carrying out its mandate?
The Human Rights Commission is functioning as, how can I say, a separate entity, but they still have to report to Parliament regarding what they are doing. But because of a Chapter 9 institution, they are independent from other, how can I say, decision-making bodies. Thank you.
I'm fine, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matafa. Mr. Tsotet.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, you'll forgive me. You know, I've been practicing to pronounce your surname ever since from the first speaker, so I won't say it
Not
much.
Nachel.
Not Nachel, not
Yeah.
Nachel. No, thank you. Doctor, do you know the thing is called zamazamas? I just want to, zamazamas, do you know them? Okay. What are they?
It's the people that's currently in the news and that I see on the front pages of the newspapers. And what are the government going to do about them? So they're in the news this last
It's fine.
few weeks.
Now, in Northwest, there's over 5,000 of them stuck underground. Stuck, they're refusing to come out. Like you would have mentioned, the government in the form of its ministers and the MECs, they're saying they're not going to give them any form of aid to survive underground. There's been a public pressure from some sections of the people, the public, to say that that is a wrong position by the MECs. What is your view? What do you think should be a position of the Commission in that regard?
This could be a bit of my own personal view as well, but for me, thinking of human rights, I cannot think that you can leave people where they are currently. It's the violation of people or a person that's still alive. And I really think we still must respect the lives of people, never mind what they've done or where they are, because it's still a person that's alive. I think it's my kindness or my humanitarian feeling towards the people.
Do you understand the Commission is not going to operate on the basis of your feelings?
Now, yes, I know, but there is a right to live. To
Yes, the reason I'm
yes.
raising that was to try and really
That's what
get
I'm
you-
trying to say, yes.
was really to try and say to you, you may need to answer according to what the legislation offers.
Yes.
Now, the state of the Commission, members of Parliament here, are indignant on a daily basis with the complaints from the Commission, the staff there that is working. There's a conflict there, which is clear, visible. How will your leadership in the Commission assist the Commission to be stable in terms of its own administrative as an entity, in terms of its own administration as an entity, and so that it can be able to discharge its work? How do you think your inclusion there will be able to assist the Commission to be stronger than it is now?
The first word that came to my mind when you asked the question is fairness. To me, whatever they decide, the Commission, and whatever problems there is, there must also always be impartiality and fairness with decisions that they make. I don't know if I must, or maybe you must just repeat the question if I understood it wrong, please.
How do you think your inclusion in the Commission will assist to stabilize and improve the state of the Commission, as well as ensuring that it becomes effective?
I'm a person that's always thinking strategically, and I'm a detailed person, so for me it would be very important to see what we as the Commission can do to make the things better. With all my years of research also, I learned how to look for answers for problems and to get to a good solution for the problems. And that's my contribution I would be able to make because of where I come from with my research background. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Bredenbach would have asked you whether or not you are a member of the ANC. Tell us, what is your understanding of Section 18, which talks about the freedom of association, and Section 19, which guarantees political rights to every citizen in the country?
Yes, I understand there is freedom of choice for your political beliefs. But with this vacancy especially, you need to be impartial. I read several articles that I've been reading that that's a very important thing, to be impartial, and I understand that. Because if I'm maybe, let's say, a member of the ANC still, how can I be impartial? Because for now, I must look at the whole bigger picture of South Africa, not members of ANC or members of Action SA. So I understand my role, that I cannot be able to be still part of a political party because of impartiality and fairness.
Okay, that's fine. Section 18 of the Constitution guarantees you a right to associate with anything you want to associate with. And Section 19 guarantees you a right, or calls you a right, to be a member of a political party, form a political party, or whatever the case may be. Of course, there is Section 36 that is a limitation clause that limits only in terms of the law of general application, but it's fine, let's leave that. Honorable Mutaung would have asked you about issues relating to the current crisis in the country that talks about food poisoning. Honorable Zotedzi comes back with the Stelfontein crisis that the country is faced with now. There are people trapped underground, and the Commission has made a comment. What do you think should be the role of the Commission in this current issue of Stelfontein mine?
The Commission should do the work independently, but they can work with stakeholders, they can work with political parties, but at the end, it needs to be fair, impartial, what they decide they're going to do.
Thank you very much, Dr. North Nahel.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming here. Actually, we appreciate you showing an interest to be part of the Commission, because we take all our candidates as people who want to help solve the human rights problems in the country. We thank you very much for coming here. We are now going to take the next candidate. We wish you to travel safe back home. Thank you very much.
Yes, I would just like to say to everybody, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I tried my best to answer the questions to my ability for sitting here. And so thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, we've got two candidates outside, which is Mr. Vernon Seymour and Mr. Grandson. So let's take, you are excused. you can, let's take the 2, then go for lunch, then take, when you come back, we take Mr. Chumile Sale and Andrew Kwam. Now coming is Mr. Vernon Seymour. Good morning, Mr. Is it still the morning? Yeah, still the morning. We are 4 minutes to midday. Good morning, Mr. Seymour. How are you? Switch on your mic. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair. I'm very well, Chair, and morning to the honorable members.
We welcome you to this interview. You have a bottle of water there next to you in case you need it. The high chances that you're going to need it. But relax and just answer to the best of your ability. And welcome, you are the first man who are interviewing today. Okay. You're the 4th candidate and the first man. I'm going to ask you 4 questions.
Yes.
At once. Okay. The first one is, are you available to be a full-time commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Answer is yes.
Okay. Now, please tell us about yourself, your values and your experience, and why this makes you a suitable candidate for the position. What motivated you to apply for the position? Why do you think that you are the right person to be appointed? And if you are appointed, what legacy do you think you are going to leave in the commission? You have 5 minutes to answer all the 4.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, firstly, on a personal level, I'm married to the same lady for 40 years. I have 4 children, all of whom finished tertiary education. I have 2 grandchildren. I am a lifelong activist, and my activism started when I was at varsity. I was a member of SASO. At the time it was banned in 1977, whilst being a student at UWC. Now, you will have noted in my qualifications, I never got a degree from UWC. I was involuntarily excused, that's how I put it. Or in normal terms, I was expelled from UWC. It didn't stop me from pursuing my education. At that time, I was also a member of the Catholic Commission for Peace and Justice. And the then bishop said, no, you can't just walk away from education. And somehow it got me into UCT the following year. So I got my degree from UCT initially. I became an attorney thereafter. My early years as an attorney in the legal profession, I had the great privilege of working with people like Dala Omar, Bulani Muka, amongst others. Some of the people who are now judges, Siddharth Desai, Saldana, and some of those people. And my interest in human rights and pursuing the cause of democracy became an integral part of who I am. Over the years, I became and developed a deep commitment to issues of human rights, democracy, equality, etc. What makes me a good candidate? I have, over the last 30 years or so, been involved not only in campaigns, in local communities, local organizations, starting from the UDF days, more formally, various youth formations, Cape Action League, if you look at the history of our struggle, subsequently in civic bodies, where I've played very often leadership roles. As an attorney, I became involved in the pursuit of justice and often spoke for those who couldn't speak for themselves. I believe that that experience puts me in good stead to be a human rights commissioner. In fact, you will have noted in the questionnaire that I had to fill in, I described myself as a de facto human rights commissioner. Because if you look at the objectives of the Human Rights Act, which outlines what the Commission does, I do those things. I have been involved in the promotion and respect for human rights. I've been involved in the protection of human rights. And I've also been involved in the monitoring and implementation of human rights by particularly public institutions in various ways and means. And I don't know, hopefully you received a little annexure that I added to my application. This was some press articles that spoke about or wrote about some of the work that I've been doing. And finally, why am I a good candidate? I'm a good candidate because, one, I have the knowledge, understanding, and the commitment to human rights values that promotes a human rights culture. Two, I have the practical experience of how to make the human rights, the Bill of Rights in our Constitution, actually means something to some people. Not many, but to some people. And thirdly, I am a student. I won't say a scholar. I'm a student of the principles of human rights. In my resume and documentation I provided, you will have noted I wrote some articles, and I think I sent in 2 of them. But there are others that I also wrote about. What does this mean for people, ordinary people? I had a particular interest at the dawn of our democracy with regard to how will human rights play a role in our foreign policy? How will the government be able to sustain the narrative that in this country, human rights will become a very important feature of how we build or rebuild our nation? And so that side of me, that interest in reading and writing and learning has helped me. I'm currently busy writing an article with a priest around the narrative relating to the war in Gaza with regard to the Christian response. How do Christians respond as Christians to what's happening in Gaza? Because I've seen articles in the media that there's a particular narrative that is emerging, propagating a way a Christian should respond to the war in Gaza. But I have difficulty with it. As a Christian, I have difficulty with it. But the point I'm making here is that I'm also engaging in thinking around human rights. How does it relate to me as a person, to me as a member of society, and what is my role? I've had the privilege, and I regard it as a privilege, of education. Very few of the young boys who grew up with me in the back streets of Parkside in the Eastern Cape have been able to achieve what I've achieved. And so I can't just sit and enjoy my life and earn my income that I can earn. I must also contribute. And I thought, when I was approached by one of the priests, said to me, man, you are a human rights person. Would you want to join me in writing an article around the Christian response to the war in Gaza? So for those reasons, Chair, I believe I'm a suitable candidate to be a Human Rights Commissioner.
Thank you. You are a lawyer.
Correct.
An attorney by practice.
Correct.
You say you are a human rights activist. You speak about foreign policy. You speak about Gaza in a Christian point of view. Now, what is your take in the case brought by South Africa to the International Court of Justice as a human rights activist and as a lawyer, not as a Christian at this point? You can proceed.
As somebody who is committed to the values of the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I believe the case was brought justifiably. I believe, in fact, I applauded the government for taking that stance, because for a long time I felt we were not being true to the narrative that we started out with in 1994. That somewhere along the line, we've become almost compromised and unable to express who we are as a nation. And so when I discovered and read about the case brought by the government, I thought to myself, this is what we are all about. That case, in my view, symbolizes who we are as a nation. We cannot sit by like the West has done for many years and watch those things happen and just do nothing and have UN resolution after UN resolution. That's all that's happened. But the actual issue has never really been addressed. And for the first time, there has been a voice for those people, innocent civilians, innocent children and women especially, that has been suffering in the situation in Gaza. So I was one of those that applauded the government's action. And I'm also very, very excited to see there are many other governments around the world that are taking the stance that it's a good thing, we must join in and support this case.
Okay. I think that that answer suffices. Is there anything you want to declare in Parliament on record? Anything that you think it's worthy for Parliament in South Africa to know?
Chair, I have nothing to declare. I haven't thought about it.
Do you have a criminal record?
No.
You don't. When we talk about declarations, those are kind of declarations we're looking for.
Okay.
Have you been declared insolvent?
No.
Have you been declared a habitual criminal?
No.
Okay, fine. part of the vacancies that we have in the commission is the deputy chairperson of the commission.
Yeah.
If appointed, would you make yourself available to be deputy chairperson of the commission
Yes, I
on a
would.
full-time basis?
I would.
Okay. Are you available to be a full-time commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Members, no, Honorable Klopper, I'm not starting with you this time. I'll start with Matafa and give Dana and take Zodezi, take Mudao, take Nomvalo, and take you, Klopper. You can start, Mr. Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Seymour. I only have one question, but I would be delighted to read your contribution on the paper on Gaza. It is a very sad story to be happening in a civilized global society in the 21st century. And I hope those that have powers will ensure that whatever that is happening, including in Lebanon and elsewhere, is brought to a standstill. And I fully support your sentiments on the case of the ICJ that South Africa has brought in. There is a narrative, and this is my question, that the South African Human Rights Commission is not for indigenous black South Africans. And then that narrative is premised on the fact that if there are illegal foreigners or illegal migrants in the country, irrespective of their race, the Human Rights Commission is quick to jump and stand up for their cause. When incidents like the ones at Pretoria Girls High, where there are repeat offenses of white, young, innocent children perpetuating the racism that probably is taught by their parents, nothing is said, nothing is done. When indigenous black South Africans are put in cages in Pineland, a high school, the Human Rights Commission is quiet. When in Brackenfell, black students are turned away, when in Vereeniging, indigenous black South Africans are turned away, the human rights, all that it says is that it will allow the education department to investigate and make its calling. So the question from me is, if you are successful, what would you introduce in order to change this narrative? I would have asked two questions because it also covered the question that I would have posed in terms of there seems to be lack of awareness about the role and effectiveness of the commission in society. So in your response, please try to cover that as well.
Okay.
And advise, if you were to be appointed, what would you introduce into the commission to change that narrative, but most importantly, to ensure that this racist act in 30 years of democracy are kept and do not repeat themselves. So how would you make the commission proactive? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. You know, Chair, one of the biggest critiques, that at least I have of the Commission, it is absent in local communities. Where I live, just down the road from here, I have never seen a poster on the wall advertising a meeting or a public gathering of the South African Human Rights Commission. Now, part of the problem that goes with that is the inefficiencies around being able to address issues when they arise. The legal framework of the Commission is clear. It says the Commission doesn't have to wait for a complaint to be brought to it. The legal framework provides for mero motu, initiation of action. So if the Commission sees something or reads something in a particular province, I would imagine that in that province, our provincial manager and the workers, the officials that work there would become aware of these things. I would imagine the people we are appointing around the country, they have their ears and eyes and nose close to the ground. If I must be a commissioner and something like that happens, firstly, I don't know whether there are incident reports within the administration, but I would require weekly incident reports from staff, from provincial managers. What happened this past week in your province? What are the issues that came up? How were they addressed? Are there any reports? That would then be escalated into a bi-weekly, I would imagine there are weekly management meetings where these issues are collated, and then there's direction as to how to deal with it. Now, all of the issues raised by the honourable member has been in the public domain. It should also be on the agenda of the Commission's meetings. It should be there. Because why was the Commission created? It was created to develop and promote a human rights culture in our country. That's why it was created. Now, if those things are happening and there's no response, there's no actions, it begs the question, why have a commission in any event? Because then they become useless. So the answer to the question that I was posed, what would I do? If it doesn't exist already, I would introduce weekly incident reports. And once that would be done, I would also ensure that there, in the CEO's office, there is a process to manage and address those weekly incident reports, with then the obligation to indicate what actions has been taken regarding those matters.
Thank you. Madam Lieutenant.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Seymour. I just have one question for you. Excuse me, I actually had two, but you answered my first question already. You come from an extensive legal background, and in the law, when we have a problem, we seek relief in terms of a court order, and we get the court order and we have our relief and we go on. But the Human Rights Commission is often perceived as being a toothless organization that can't really get things done, maybe because they're inundated with complaints, or otherwise they just don't get to that relief that people so desperately seek. So I would like to know from you, how would you tackle this problem as a commissioner, to firstly seek proper relief for people and to ensure that they get it, and how will you change that perception?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Honourable Member. Yeah, Chair, the unfortunate part of the Commission is what is often referred to as it doesn't have teeth. There was a recent Supreme Court of Appeal decision, I think it's the Commission versus Agro Data, where this issue was addressed. And the Commission took the matter on appeal, and the appeal court held that the Human Rights Commission does not have the same powers, for example, as the Public Protector Office. And there's a whole discussion in that court case about Chapter 9 institutions and the kind of powers and functions that they have and how far they can take it. Now, in the Human Rights Commission Act, it only talks about you can seek redress. You cannot give a redress. And so it is a weakness in my respectful view of the Commission. How would I address it? I think in two ways, Chairperson. One is the Commission does have the power to approach the courts to seek relief. And so applications to compel, for example, is an option. We can go to court and compel a municipality to provide water, for example. I think there's one strategy I would promote very strongly. Where there's prospects, good prospects and so forth, pursue it. Because nice talk and emails and, you know, nice sweet meetings with cake and tea doesn't do the job. So pursue the issue of bringing court applications to compel. And again, the Commission does have the power in terms of the Act. It's there, the power. But secondly, and more importantly, I think the Commission needs to begin a discussion with Parliament, in my view, with the Minister, about amending the Human Rights Act in order to bring the Commission into a situation where it can actually render binding directives. Because at this point in time, the Commission can only make recommendations. It cannot give a binding directive. And that problem can only be resolved in Parliament. Parliament has to look at how can the law be amended in order to ensure the Commission is able to do more than making recommendations, facilitating engagement and mediation and so forth. So I would advocate very strongly that a discussion be commenced with a committee like yours, with the Minister, to be able to look at amending the current laws. Because I think, Chairperson, for us to really build a human rights culture and to make it something internalized by all public officials across the board, there must be some kind of threat. At present, I don't think anybody is afraid of the Commission. I think they would simply go and say, oh, well, no, we saw the recommendations, but, you know, we don't have money, we don't have this, we don't have that, and so forth. So unless the Commission is given teeth, that objective of building human rights culture in our country is always going to be meandering along and struggling to really come to fruition. I don't know if that answers the question.
Okay, it's fine. Honorable Zodedze.
Oh yeah, thanks, Chair. And it's no longer the morning. Good day.
It's afternoon. Yeah.
Now, the Chair would have spoken about the case that involves the Pretoria High School, School for Girls.
Yeah.
You would have seen instances whereby in the University of Free State, there were kids who would do very wrong things. All those things have been in the media. Now, these things involve young people, and their attitude on race matters and human rights in the main. In the interest of creating the human rights culture which there's recognition and protection of human rights, how do you think the Human Rights Commission has to plan its interventions on these issues? For instance, if they are kids, they are going to grow up to be adults. What do you think the Human Rights Commission needs to plan in its operation to deal with such a situation? Yeah, you can come into that.
Okay, thank you for the question, Honourable Member. I think there are two things the Commission can do. The first thing is, when these things arise, it must be addressed. There must be immediate engagement in the issue with the school authorities, with the governing body at that school. And therefore, there has to be an awareness brought home that these things are unacceptable in a non-racial democratic society. That must happen. Because if it's left unattended, it can fester and it can even grow and spread. But in my view, that's not the more important thing. The more important thing is, how do we ensure that young people, as they come through society and they grow up, they develop a consciousness of equality, of human rights, of respect for rights of others. We have in our schools a subject called life orientation. My humble view is there must be a module, is what I'm looking for, in every life orientation program throughout the country at schools. We must have, if I am the commissioner or become a commissioner, I would promote the idea of having a discussion with our national minister and her curriculum advisors throughout the provinces as well. Can we introduce at high school already a human rights module in life orientation? Because the same issue come up in non-racial terms. The other day I was at a school where there was a fight and there were gangs involved. And these were young boys, 14, 15, 16 years old. For them it was fine to take a chair and throw each other in the classroom. Now, it says to us that the notion of respect for others' bodily integrity is not there. But in this case, particularly, when it has a racial component to it, it's even worse. And so, what I would promote if I become a commissioner, apart from action must be taken almost immediately. Similarly with my response earlier around incident reports. But secondly, develop an ongoing engagement around ensuring our schools begin to have programs that speak to equality, that speak to respect for human rights, that speak to the promotion of our diversity that we have.
Thank you very much. You still have a question? Yes. Okay.
Yes, no, I do. Do I still have time?
You have 10 seconds.
It's always seconds. Now, thanks. You mentioned, which is the point that I liked, that in the quest of ensuring the Human Rights Commission has more teeth, you would take interest even in challenging the fact that it must have teeth. You'd remember that there is a court judgment, I think it was in Mpumalanga High Court.
Yeah.
And then also that was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Appeals. You would say that you would challenge that. But secondly, you say that on areas where you would need to enforce compliance to human rights by certain entities, would it be a municipality and so forth, you would still take them to court for review. Do you know what is the budget of the Human Rights Commission?
I don't know, I must confess, Chair, I don't know what it is, but what I do know is not enough. That I do know. But Chair,
But how do you know something you don't know its quantity that is not enough?
I always hear in comments being made in the media and so forth about the budget
I was not
constraints.
done with my question. You both inter.
You're not done, eh?
I was not
okay.
done.
No, let's allow Honorable Sotes to conclude this question.
No, so I know I was asked, because I think what we would want to do as a committee would be to really gauge if whether you are speaking to impress us or you are speaking some things that can be practical and assist the country to. That's why I'm asking about the budget, if whether it's feasible in the context of the budget to do what you want to do. But let's say it's not feasible.
Yeah.
In terms of your strategic leadership, how do you think you can at least assist us to get closer to ensuring that the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission are adhered to? So the question is, do you know that the budget, it might not be feasible, what you want to, the route which you want to take?
Yes.
given the budget, do you know how much is the budget? But also, do you have any plan
Yes, yes.
of saying that if it's not feasible with this budget, this is how we can strategically maneuver to ensure that
Yeah.
there is a adherence towards the
Yes.
recommendations? Sure.
Yes, yeah. No, Chair, I have a response for that. The Legal Practice Council has a requirement for lawyers to do pro bono work, and both attorneys and advocates. So what I would do is to engage the LPC and say, can you reserve 1/3 of your pro bono work for us, where you appoint lawyers pro bono and so forth. And I know many lawyers who do it. I do it because I have to do it in any event. So there is a way, Chair, if we don't have money for legal costs, there is a way that we can utilize that avenue. The other avenue is the university clinics, law clinics. They all do pro bono work. And again, if the commission has an agreement, an engagement, with Tax, with the Verts, with Joburg, all over the country, we will be able to pursue these matters without spending money.
Thank you. Honorable Mutau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Mr. Simo. Mr. Simo, with the current state in the Commission, one, there is a problem of instability. Two, there is a challenge of relationship between the management and the Commission. And other challenges that are there. If you can be given an opportunity to be appointed, what can be your contribution, or what is it that you can bring as a contribution to the Commission to try and change the current situation? Chair, I will come back.
Thank you, Chair. Part of the experience that I have had over the years was as a board member of SANAS, South African National Accreditation Systems. I was the HR chair for 8 years and deputy chair of the board for that period. And so the human resource division and imperatives was part of what I had to manage and engage in. And that issue of instability among staff members, dynamics among staff members, was also something that I had to address. How would I do it? I would engage with the staff. I'm hoping that there is a HR committee for the Commission. If there is not one, I would recommend an HR committee that only does and looks at HR issues, especially given the size of the Commission, all over the country, 9 offices and so forth. Chair, I see you.
No, you can proceed.
Oh, okay. So there has to be a process of engagement with stakeholders. With regard to the staff, it should be quite easy because everybody has to comply with the staff policies, HR manual, that sort of stuff. With regard to the commissioners, I think,
Mr. Simo, the question is about there is a perceived standoff between the commissioners and the secretariat of the commission.
Okay.
How do you think that you can help, if appointed, solve that problem? It's a stability crisis.
Chair, I would pursue the old-fashioned direction of engagement. We must talk to people. What is it that it makes us not being able to work together? What is it the staff believe the commissioners are not doing what they should be doing? And engage. I can't see any other way of addressing such issues other than open engagement, looking at what our lanes are, because staff members have a certain lane, commissioners have their lane, and if there is a perception that there is a blurring of the lane lines, there must be engagement around some of those things to try and achieve agreements as to what are those things we can't live with, what are those things we can live with.
Chair, with your experience, how would you handle complaints that may be politically sensitive, divisive, or otherwise controversial, considering your understanding of the role of South African Human Rights Commission?
Chair, thanks for the question, Honourable Member. You can't enter into this space and not understand our country. You can't be effective as a commissioner, as a leader. This is a leadership position. If you do not understand sensitivities, you cannot be, for example, a bull in the china shop when you have to deal with issues of sensitivities. You have to have the temperament to be able to engage. You have to create the environment in order for people to be receptive. Because everything starts with a discussion in terms of how am I perceiving the other person and vice versa. So as a commissioner, I would create and work towards the creation of an environment for us to be able to address those kind of things.
Thank you.
Chair, the last one.
Okay. We are left with 3 seconds.
Okay, if you can be appointed, what legacy would you want to build in that commission?
I would like to build a legacy, and I'm probably on the wrong side of the age bracket. So for me now, I've had my career in law.
Are you?
For me now, the issue is, what have I done? Yeah, I've earned some money, yeah, there's a few cars here and there, but is that legacy? It's not legacy. I would like to believe, when I'm done with my 7 years, I want to look back and say, the Commission has become an effective force in the building of a human rights culture in this country. There are mechanisms in place that were not there when I arrived, that are now in place. For those coming after me can build on and consolidate. I'm hoping I can leave that kind of legacy over the next 7 years, should I be appointed.
Thank you. Honourable Mvalo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Saima. The first question is, are you a human rights activist or you are a human rights careerist? And I hope you understand the difference.
Thank you, Member, for that question. I want to believe I'm what Judge Erasmus says whenever he sees me in court. Here comes our activist. And I believe it's a fair description of who I am. I believe I'm a human rights activist, firstly and foremostly.
You've advised this committee that you are an attorney, a senior attorney, right? Have you ever done pro bono work?
My children will answer the question for you. And they will say to me, or say to you, Dad, when are you going to find clients who actually can pay you? So I do a lot of pro bono work, either officially, formally referred to by the RPC, and very often people will come to me and say to me, I don't have money, but the bank won't take away my house. Can you help me?
I believe that was going to make your CV to be more attractive had you mentioned it, that you have done some pro bono work. Why have you not mentioned that in your CV?
I don't know, Commissioner. I haven't had, honorable member, I haven't applied for many jobs over the years in my life. And so putting a CV together is for me a new experience.
Okay. Now, the impression that I get through your responses is that you are passionate about the promotion of human rights. I think as a result of that, you've been following the commission at a close range. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
In terms of your observation, are there any legislative deficiencies which circumvent the full discharge of human rights promotion that you have identified that when given an opportunity, you can address by amending some legislations here and there?
You know, a case that I...
That question gives you a very rare platform to advise Parliament.
A case that came up a couple of years ago was the case where the Commission took some of the banks and it went all the way to the Constitutional Court. That's the case where, and this often happens with banks, they take people to court for failure to pay the installments on their house and the house bond. But they can actually take the case to the match court. But what do? They take the case to the High Court because they know the expenses of the High Court makes it almost impossible for any poor person or a person struggling financially to challenge them. It also happened in eviction matters. Very often I've dealt with cases where people have been...
If I get Honorable Nomvaro correctly, yes. Are there any legislative defects that you think Parliament must take consideration of as it relates to the war against human rights abuses? I think I get what Honorable
That is exactly my question, Chair.
Here's my answer to the question of the example I'm trying to convey. I think we need to look at amending the Superior Courts Act, where the courts can decide when a case should be determined and adjudicated in the High Court, as opposed to in the match court. At present, there is a concurrent jurisdiction issue, and when a matter comes before the High Court can deal with the matter, but the litigants are poor litigants. And so I would recommend, and I would agitate for an amendment to the Superior Courts Act on the one hand, and on the other hand, to the uniform rules of the High Court. That will make it easy for the judge to say, no, man, you can't deal with this matter in this court. Go down to the match court and deal with the matter in that case, in that court over there, to make it easier for poor litigants to be able to defend and oppose those kind of matters.
No, it's a pity I'm running out of time, but you are not answering my question. Chair, do I still have time?
7 seconds.
Yeah. No, the question is, it relates to the operational affairs of the Human Rights Commission in terms of discharging its constitutional mandate. Now, what are the limitations in terms of your observations? Are there any defects that disable it from executing fully its constitutional mandate of ensuring that it promotes human rights in South Africa? That is the question.
Okay, all right. Chair, I would recommend, and I would, if I come into the Commission, lobby, firstly my colleagues on the Commission, and come to this committee, lobby here via the Chair of the Commission, lobby the Minister to amend the Human Rights Act. I think Article 13, which sets out the powers of the Commission, stops at advice and assistance and so forth. I would want to see the Human Rights Commission be in the same position legally as the Public Protector. So that it would require an amendment to the Human Rights Act. That'll be one of the first things I would recommend and lobby for.
Thank you. Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Mr. Seymour. I just got a couple of questions. The one part of the application you spoke about working with the SGB with assessment tools as well as the access to education and so forth, and that there's very much limitations. And though there are laws in place that allow exemptions for people that cannot afford it, and lower income individuals, the government doesn't always fund those schools as they are mandated to, which places an additional burden on those who are paying to catch the shortfall. Otherwise, the school would slowly and disintegrate and go back, as we can see. If you would be a commissioner, would you hold the government responsible to execute the mandate in funding schools properly so that children can get the services that they are entitled to without placing any additional strain on any other person? Second thing I would like to speak to you about, you spoke about a healthy environment, and you, when answering Honourable Denner, you also spoke about water in particular. And if we go around the country, it wouldn't take an expert to know that the dams are running dry, the municipalities are not fulfilling the mandate, they are not doing infrastructure updates as what they should be doing, maintenance is in disarray. So would you hold the government accountable for this as well? And I'm speaking specifically on the government level, because it's easy to investigate maybe individuals, and it's harder to investigate entities such as the government. But a lot of the human rights issues that we are facing does sometimes stem from the government themselves. And the last question is just a clarification question, and I do apologize that I have to ask this, but I do have to ask uncomfortable questions. You did say you didn't have anything to declare, and I just need clarification that you were removed from the SAFA executive. I do understand, I think you said you resigned. I just want to get clarification on whether you were removed or resigned.
Certainly.
And was that matter clarified in any way? And that's just for clarification purposes and not to put you on the spot.
No, sure.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The first question about schools. About a year and a half ago, I brought an application in the High Court against the Department of Basic Education, the Provincial Education Department, on the issue of quintile. Quintiles, Chair, you may have noted, is the tool that determines what kind of funding a school gets. And so I had about 4 or 5 schools who approached me to try and get the National Ministry of Education together with the Provincial Ministry to convert and change the quintile of a particular school. So the answer is yes. If there's a problem that a community has to address and take on government either at provincial, local, or national level as a commissioner, it wouldn't be a second thought for me. The issue of municipalities is a real issue. Now, in the auto data case, which no, it wasn't that one. It's a different case. When municipalities or provincial government structures, departments do not comply with human rights imperatives, I believe it is important that the Commission engages with the various government institutions, and if it requires having to go to court to compel them to comply with human rights imperatives, it must be done. It must be done. However, like any practitioner would, you first write, you pursue and explore negotiation, you pursue and explore amicable resolution, and when you get to a stage where it seems that no matter what you do, the institution is not interested in pursuing a resolution, you go to court to get them to compel them to provide water and whatever the case may be. So as a commissioner, I would certainly have no qualms with doing that. Lastly, the question about SAFA. Yes, it is true. About 10 years ago, I was serving on SAFA, and we were having elections at that point in time. And as things go in these organizations, I was accused, falsely accused, of having engaged in misconduct. I had to go to appeals, I had to go to court, and then once it was done, I resigned from SAFA. I never not been back there again. And seeing the last week what's been happening at SAFA, I may go back afterwards if I still have the energy for that. In fact, what I actually did at the time, I demanded, take me to the police. Go and file a criminal case against me. Of course, when that happened, everyone ran away. So as things stand, it's unfortunate. It's one of those things that is there and has been brought against me. I can only, but when I get this kind of opportunity to explain it properly and so forth. But it was false allegations, and it was brought within the context of elections. And I think in my questionnaire, I did allude to it at the back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Klopper. Why did you not declare? When we asked you to declare, what Honorable Klopper is asking, why did you not declare that you were in SAFA, you had allegations of sexual assault against you, you were taken to a disciplinary hearing, you resigned later. When we asked you to declare, why did you not declare that?
I didn't declare, Chair, because it's in the questionnaire. Right at the back, I explain it. So I thought you were looking for something else that in addition to that. That's why I didn't declare it.
Okay, members, thank you very much. Mr. Seymour, thank you very much for coming to us. And most particularly, thank you very much for availing yourself to be part of the revolution against human rights abuses in the country. We always appreciate people who avail themselves voluntarily, that they, in the current problems that we're faced with, they want to be part of the solution. So we thank you very much for coming. Our interview with you will end now. We will definitely inform the next way forward after committee deliberations. Thank you very much.
Chair, and thank you as well, and the members of the committee. I think it was a good process, a good conversation to have had about a very important matter.
I like how you term it a conversation. Yeah, it is indeed a conversation.
Can I check something else?
Yeah.
So the development around SAFA of last week, they bring you some sort of a relief.
He said if he has energy. Okay.
I
Mr.
have
Seymour, thank you
stories.
very much.
I have stories to tell.
Okay then, sharp. Thank you. Thank you. We must will take the last candidate before lunch. Can you talk to the committee secretary to bring the candidate there?
I will check.
We'll take Mr. Grandson.
Chairperson. Sure.
Members, we are advised by the table staff that we can quickly take lunch for 30 minutes, then come back and take other candidates. So let's just go take lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. Yeah, thank you. Lunch is in the restaurant.
invitation and opportunity to come and present my case. It's not the first time that I've come through for this interview. I've also had an appreciation to understand the issues that are faced by the South African Human Rights Commission. And based on that, I looked at my background and the kind of skill and experience that I bring to try and assist in fixing some of those issues, particularly related to, the enormous backlog that the South African Human Rights Commission faces. Also, the access to the various markets that they wish to service. Also from an operational and efficiency point of view, internally there appears to be huge capacity constraints. There are also issues of not optimizing and fully utilizing technology that is available to try and address some of these issues. There's also funding elements that impact on the work of the Commission. I believe that my role, my experience, and what I've done in previous entities would be able to come in and assist the Commission, particularly in those areas, to help it move from where it currently is to a better perceived institution that has much more credibility in terms of reaching the mandate that is spelled out in the Act that the Constitution has obviously empowered this particular Chapter 9 institution with regards to the protection and promotion of human rights.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to declare to Parliament?
Chair, I serve on a number of other government boards, and in the event, but those are boards where I have, 1 or 2 sittings in a year. But because they are more than 7, it would be even more frequent. But if a full-time opportunity like this arises, then obviously I've already indicated that I would make a decision of resigning on those entities so that I'm able to give my full attention to the Commission.
Thank you. In the Commission, there is a vacancy for the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission. If appointed, would you make yourself available for that position?
I would, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. San. Members, here is your candidate. We'll start with Honorable Sotetsi, Honorable Mutaung, Honorable Lomvalo, Honorable Breitenberg, Honorable Globa, Honorable Dena, and Honorable Matafa. In that order, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Molom Tlakas.
Molom Tata.
Okay. Chair, now there's a question which I am interested in all the candidates responding to, because I think it's important. Given the history of this country, that of racial segregation and so forth, how do you think that the Commission must incorporate as part of its roles a function of enforcing social cohesion in the country, as well as ensuring that people are able to work together harmoniously?
Thank you, Chair. I think, you know, we've done well in the last 30 years as far as reaching a point of social cohesion is concerned. I mean, it's a very short time that we've had to, you know, to reach this point where we are in our democracy. You know, you trace it back from slavery to oppression to colonial rule to apartheid to the, I won't say a smooth transition because there was bloodshed, but and one life is too many to lose. But I think we've done well as far as, you know, dialogue is concerned, and continuing with engagements that tries to unify us as a nation. Obviously, there are issues as far as a land is concerned, where the economy is concerned, and those are the big items. But if we look at our education system, there's access for everybody. So if we could apply what we've successfully done in other areas and look at more areas, ones that I haven't thought of or not mentioning here, and then applying it to the areas where they lack the most, particularly on land and the economy, I think that we'll certainly be able to move forward. Also that we apply, you know, fresh thinking as opposed to going with the idea of, you know, creating jobs all the time, is that we maybe look at alternatives where we, you know, inspire a culture of entrepreneurship for individuals to empower themselves and also see who else they can uplift in their communities.
Yeah, I take it that you would have, as part of preparing to come to this interview, you would have studied how the commission operates now. Now, the commission often operates on a number of areas of focus for commissioners. Out of those, which one do you think you can do better, you can excel in? And why do you think you can be able to excel in that particular area of focus? But second to that is, having studied the commission, you will also appreciate that there is a lot of tensions among some of the provincial offices as well as the national structure itself. How do you think that, what mechanisms do you think you can be able to bring on board to harmonize the situation for everyone and then ensure that the commission proceeds with its work undisturbed?
Well, for me, it's about transparency and us all understanding what our mandate and core focus is. And if we are all in agreement that, you know, we have a singular focus and a single mandate that we need to obtain, then the other issues should be sorted out fairly simply. You know, we have a policy that we all work from, and if we are able to abide by those rules and we do what each and every one of us are supposed to do, then surely there shouldn't be any issues. And I think any credible management system would operate in that function. Where I see myself adding the most value, I mentioned that there was various campaigns or items that make up what the commission does. There's obviously the investigative part that you know, attorneys or persons with legal background would do. But as far as advocacy is concerned, as far as looking at how else we could promote, uplift and move the organization to a different level, how to improve its efficiency, how to ensure that there's harmonization in the entity, that we are able to adequately use all of the resources available to the Commission, and as limited as they are, that is where I believe I'd be able to add the most value.
Not sure, I thought I'm left with 1 second. No, thanks. Now look, I'm sure you do follow the media on audit reports.
Yes.
There's an issue in Northwest of mine workers who are underground.
Yes.
Now, illegal mine workers, they're called zamazamas, they're underground.
Correct.
Now, the area which these people reside in is infested with serious criminality and killings of people, which is often associated with their operation.
Correct.
They are refusing to come outside, and they insist that government must give them some form of aid from inside. Government systems are not equipped to go there, particularly the police. What do you think should be the position of the Human Rights Commission in that regard?
Yeah, it's a sensitive matter. I mean, there's been huge outcry, and the impact has been severely felt, especially in underserviced areas. And an area not too far from where I live, Riverlea, had also been impacted by the same issue that's happened. But we have to divorce our emotional feelings and personal biases, and adhere to what our Constitution says, and particularly the Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights, and also what the Commission has as far as the principles that are the Articles of Association that we need to keep up. And if we are instructed by those instruments to assist, regardless of the law that they are breaking, then we have to do what we need to do.
Thank you. Honorable Mutawo.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Mr. Sands. Chair, I have 4 questions. My first one will be, in your view, what are the key challenges or risks for South African Human Rights Commission in fulfilling its mandate? Number 2, the South African Human Rights Commission is amongst the broadest mandates of all the Chapter 9 institutions, but it has a challenge of a small budget. Given its limited resources, do you believe that the institution could work more strategically to deliver on its mandate, and how? I'll come back, Chair.
Yeah, so the key risks of us not...
Sorry, Mr. Grant.
Okay.
As you are answering, have you made research of how much is the budget of the Commission?
I think I read 200 million at some point, but I also read that some of the offices has been closed due to financial difficulty, and who needs to pay for that, whether it's Public Works or the Commission itself. But coming back to the question is, obviously, look, it's important that the Commission succeeds. and that it works and that it's functional. You know, we depend on it because it is a special instrument to assist with some of the key issues that I've highlighted earlier of where we come from as a country and as a nation and where we would like to go to, particularly around land and the economy. And if we are able to reach those levels of equality for all of us, then it just improves the relationship in society, and that we eliminate the kind of social ills that we currently face.
In your introduction, you said you have researched about the commission. With the current state of the commission, there are a lot of challenges. In your research, you must have at least got some few.
Yes.
Especially with regard to the stability in the commission. My question will be, if you can be given an opportunity, what is it that you can do to try and assist the commission?
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think I was a bit nervous to forget the second half of your question, and sorry for having you to repeat that. I've read an article where the CFO had expressed, his grave concern of the constrained budget that they currently have and how it impacts on the business. With that limited resources, it's almost impossible to address the huge backlog of cases that the Commission faces, as well as the current cases that continuously come in and how to address that. To try and do damage control while we are looking for money or in budget is to, assess where the business is at as far as what are the priority areas, what are the priority cases, what is its potential impact, the severity of it, and to tackle those and put more resources there and see where else we can, try and utilize and operationalize where there might be individuals that are not used to their full potential, or they're just not being managed in the business, and to try and do the most of what you have with the little that you have until you are able to put together a good business plan and an argument for more money from Treasury, or seek funds from international donors that legally could fund this entity.
Let me assist you. With regard to the instability that I was talking about, one, there is a challenge at Human Rights Commission of administration that is not working, that does not have working good relationship with the Commission. Again, there is a challenge of accept the relationship. The first one is the relationship with the administration and the Commission. And then the second one is the challenge of not adhering to each must be on his or her line of jurisdiction in the work, in a work relationship.
Yeah.
If you can be given an opportunity, what is it that you can do to assist the Commission?
Okay, so earlier I also mentioned that we have a mandate and a policy that clearly spells out how we should be operating, and where there are discrepancies or blurred lines of where individuals are not sure about their roles and their functions in a particular entity, is that we address that we have the necessary meetings and workshops to go through each of those areas. And I don't want to call it a dispute resolution because we, just trying to fact find first and see if we could, reach a point where we are all in agreement that, we are here to serve a particular entity, that the entity comes first and that we abide by the rules and its regulations, and that we manage it in that aspect. And if we are unable to reach an agreement, then we need to, the environment that I come from is that we need to sever ties. And if you are unable to deliver or abide by what it is that we wish to achieve as a broader united organization, and we are unable to find each other, then we need to greet each other.
Thank you. Honorable Mvalo.
Good afternoon, Mr. San.
Good afternoon.
The first question that I have for you is, do you agree with me if I say to you that the Human Rights Commission is the most overarching and strategic within the Chapter 9 institutions, and strategic Chapter 9 institution that can be utilized as an instrument in pursuit of human solidarity and social cohesion?
Absolutely.
Do you agree with me?
I do.
Why do you agree with me?
Like I said, we come from an area where we have not seen human rights being respected, where human dignity being afforded to everybody, where freedoms have been afforded to everybody, where equality has been afforded to everybody. And this particular instrument is at the center of what our constitution is underpinned on. And therefore I believe this particular entity can play a significant role in changing mindsets, perceptions, and allowing the harmonization between all groups in South Africa, whether it's race-based, cultural-based, religious-based, LGBTQI plus group.
No, sorry,
as well.
I have to cut you
Okay.
because I'm running out of time. But I get the gist of where you are going to. But I don't think you're answering my question precisely and adequately. Don't you think that my proposition emanates from the powers that are conferred to the Commission by the Constitution? Not based on the problems, because we're analyzing problems for me. I know the problems.
All right. No, I agree with you. My problem with when you say powers is, what powers are we talking about? Because the Human Rights Commission, it investigates, it can make recommendations, but it has to hand over those recommendations to other bodies. And if we had perhaps maybe set up a tribunal, it would have its own powers to prosecute where the dialogue and reconciliatory approach that the Human Rights Commission wishes to implement doesn't work.
Okay, now the powers I'm talking about, one, in a nutshell, is the power to promote human rights.
Okay.
Subsequently, the power to direct the organs of the state to develop mechanisms that promote human rights. Those are the powers that I talk about. Now, let's leave that one because we have not answered it correctly. Then the second one is human rights, my experience, I don't know your experience, are violated every day in South Africa.
Yes.
They are violated in hospitals, they are violated in the shops, they are violated in the farms. And there is this pandemic of ignorance which makes people to not even realize when their rights are being violated, the result of which they do not even seek for any recourse. How would you address that?
Yeah, I think on the question that you believe I have not answered, again on the powers is, I still think that they are limited as far as political will is concerned. On the issues, I'm also very aware of what you've mentioned as far as access to health, access to the economy, access to housing, access to fair remuneration in farms or factories, or even as domestic employees. There are grave issues there. And again, is that if we have the necessary resources to not only educate and create the awareness and the importance and making business and ordinary individuals understand that we are all human beings, that we need to be treated as such and given a fair treatment, whether I happen to be a black or a colored farmer or a domestic worker, that I get
No,
the
I
necessary
get that.
dignity.
Let me go to
Yes.
the last one. When I've just seen your CV here, I'm trying to trace your activism in the human rights activities, or anything of that kind. And my observation or my discovery is that you've been mostly involved in the private sector. And that could be for self-growth or self-enrichment. Now, if you are given an opportunity to come in as a commissioner, how will you manage a transition from that sphere, which is completely different in terms of its environment and nature, to this one of a human right, where you have to deal with the public, where you have to be on the ground on a day-to-day basis to understand the issues that are affecting the people in terms of human rights violations?
And it's a fair observation. I haven't demonstrated my commitment to my individual social responsibility to communities that I serve in, but they are there, and I don't want to waste the time here to express where I've been active, but just to quickly summarize is that I do have active work that I do with the community, particularly in the Northern Cape, where my paternal family comes from, in an area called Olifantshoek, where there's extensive programs that I'm involved with, as well as a township where I've been socialized in from a young age to turning into adult that I am, Eldorado Park, Westbury, Noordgesig, and Rivoli, where I also participate in some of those programs. But more importantly is that my integrity, my behavior, my managerial approach, whether I'm in a community or in business or on boards or in sports, I'm very consistent. So that it will not change, and it shouldn't have a bearing on how
I've exhausted my
behave.
questions,
Yeah.
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, Mr. Sun.
Good day, sir.
You mentioned a few times that you have various expertise in various fields, and I would like to know how would it bolster your position in the Human Rights Commission? If you could give me a couple of concrete examples, please. Secondly, you've had much experience in particular, have you had much experience in settling disputes? As you would know, human rights is fraught with this.
Yes.
And I would like to know how would you, as a commissioner, give your inputs into internal disputes? How would you handle them? How would you manage it? Because I think it hampers the work of the human rights in general. Lastly, and I'd just like to pose this question to you, is to understand how you would seek human rights to be met, other than simply investigating and reporting, as you said in your own words. Certain things like basic rights, like supplying water, it's violated in South Africa, and I've said it before, and I've said it now with previous people too, but it is such an important thing, because it's such an important basic human right, because it's something that you need to live, and it just seems like it's you know, we overlook it and we just, we'll wait for another plan. You said previously, you know, you don't have the human rights doesn't have the power at this point in time, other than to investigate and then report. And then my question is, if you became a commissioner, would you affect change? And if you're unable to affect that change, then why apply for a position that I understand, if I understand you correctly, doesn't offer you any value to make that change in the communities? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay, as far as dispute resolution is concerned, I've been involved with that from the time that I've started being employed, and then becoming more prominently involved as I moved into senior management, top management, as well as on a board level. I mean, I also sit on the council of the Legal Practice Council, where I serve as the representative of the Ombudsman on disputes between clients and attorneys, or attorneys and attorneys. I also serve on the tax court, and most of the matters we try and resolve as dispute resolution. And on the boards that I do sit, there are subcommittees, and I tend to be drawn to the HRRC, or Human Resource and Remuneration Committee, that is also involved in dispute resolution. So that would give me some sort of insight. I know it would be not as intense as this particular task is concerned. It's much more daunting, and I do accept that case. And on your matter as far as service delivery is concerned, particularly on water, and how do we address that, and me relating to the issues as far as powers are concerned, is I've had issues that I've read in the previous documentation, where some of these recommendations have not been implemented, particularly on issues that are surrounding you know, individuals or entities who have influence from the private sector, as well as politicians who have not you know, fulfilled their side of the bargain as far as upholding human rights is concerned. Again, in municipalities where they haven't delivered. My stance is that you know, the law must be the law. We need to we need to prosecute. We need to hold people accountable. We need to ensure that human dignity gets priority, that human rights are upheld. And irrespective of who the individual is or the entity is that has not held their side of the bargain, they must be challenged. If they needed to be taken through a process, we need to do that. There shouldn't be an exemption for some individuals not to be held accountable.
Thank you. Honorable Tanner.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr.
Mr. Son.
Nomvalo, why do you have money flowing around there? What's happening? Are you buying people there? What's happening there?
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
I have just two questions for you. The first is, all of us have the right to an environment that is not harmful to our health or well-being. And we also have a right to access to water. But more often than not, we hear in the media, and we see it for ourselves everywhere where we drive, especially in the townships, that people are physically drowning in sewage. Sewage is being spilled into our drinking water. We know of the Vol crisis, etc. And I'd like to know if you think that the Human Rights Commission has been acting sufficiently proactive with regards to specifically sewage problems and the pollution of our drinking water, and how would you change that if you were to become a commissioner? And my second question is, we also have the right in terms of Section 235 of the Constitution to self-determination. You made mention earlier of entrepreneurship, which is also a form of self-determination. So I'd like to know what you understand under the right to self-determination and how you would promote that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The last one is difficult. on self-determination, because I don't want a situation where, provinces and municipalities starts deciding that they wish to become countries in South Africa, which is the start of self-determination. It's my understanding, and that I would I'd be very, very careful around how we manage that, unless there is a clear framework and understanding of what exactly that particular community or municipality or province means by self-determination. We have a situation where we have self-determination in suburb areas, where we have boreholes, we have water tanks, we have solar systems that puts us off of the grid, and we are not as impacted as the rest of the country. And then in some way we become disillusioned with the crisis and the issues that affects the country as a whole. You have private healthcare that does the same thing with self-determination. And then there's an uproar when we start speaking about the national health insurance that needs to be rolled out so that there's access for everybody. So I'm very, very, very cautious, and I wouldn't want to answer that question without understanding what the exact framework is for self-determination. But on the issues as far as investigating and making recommendations on the water crisis, on sewage, on sanitation, whether it's pit latrines or areas that just create hazards for communities, particularly children and other vulnerable groups. I did mention that there was issues with the Human Rights Council as far as resources and funding is concerned, but I also mentioned that we have to look at where the most impact is, what the severity is, and that would certainly be a priority area as far as sewage and sanitation is concerned, and water is concerned, and to apply more resources and focus there and ensure that we not only hold people accountable that are not doing what they were supposed to do, but that we offer solutions as far as better management and bringing in the right resources and forming that kind of dialogue to get in the most skilled person, the most skilled contractor, and not a friend of the mayor or a premier or municipal manager who's able to, create gratuity to get a particular project and not deliver, and at the end of the day, allow for the community to suffer.
Thank you. Mr. Matava.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I only have 3 questions, and the first one I will start with is on the issue of social cohesion. Do you think the Human Rights Commission has a role to play? And if you agree, what would you suggest be the role that the Human Rights Commission play in fostering social cohesion? If you allow me, Chair, I'm going to ask the second one.
Okay.
The second one is on the funding gaps that you initially alluded to. The APP of the Human Rights Commission would agree with you. And they went on to say, maybe to ensure enforcement of some of their findings or to be able to execute their mandate, innovative approaches need to be implemented. In your own understanding, what would you regard as innovative approach in terms of executing the mandate? The last one, Chair, is on your understanding on the interface between the Commission and Parliament. what would you say are the main obligations of the Commission to Parliament, and how would you say Parliament should support the work of the Commission? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. On social cohesion, I believe that the Commission has its work cut out for itself, that it obviously needs to deliver on attaining and ensuring that human rights exist in the community, that we are able to address the issues as far as inequality is concerned, that we are able to influence basic services that needs to be rendered to our communities, that we are able to collaborate with NGOs and other like-minded bodies in the communities to work at addressing the social ills that exist in those areas, that we get the necessary training involved, giving individuals, especially in townships that I come from, an opportunity to have skills and opportunities to be deterred from getting into gangsterism and involved in drugs, that would help them to empower themselves and think differently. And we've seen the results of some individuals who've actually turned their lives around because there was an alternative and access. I mean, I can cite myself firstly as one of those individuals who had been given a different opportunity. The same goes for some famous soccer players like Benny McCarthy or Stephen Pienaar. And once you have those kind of alternatives, and we not look at trying to blame where we historically come from, but look at what current resources we have available to us now, and make those institutions work, I believe we would be able to attain that social cohesion. As far as the funding is concerned, I did mention that if we put together a good business plan that speaks to the operations of the organization, where we are able to lobby the areas that needs to give us this funding, and justify exactly what we can do with it, what its impact would be, and that we show clean governance as far as audit reports are concerned. It just gives more confidence to allow for those entities to fund us. And I also mentioned the fact that we need to also look at international bodies that funds these kind of entities. Maybe speak to the countries that, or countries on the continent and internationally where we hold treaties with for similar organizations, and find out how they are funding their particular entities. Then we could leverage off of that aspect to seek the funding whilst we wait for better days in government, for more allocation of funds to come to this particular entity. If you could just please repeat the last question, sir.
Not a problem. The last one is just on the interface between the Commission and Parliament.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
How
so-
the obligations of the Commission to Parliament,
Yeah.
and how Parliament, you think it should support the Commission?
Yeah, so again, it's building up the relationship there, the trust, and ensuring that, whatever recommendations we put as far as advocacy is concerned, to maybe strengthen some of the laws that would impact on where we have identified gaps, the continuous research, not only with Parliament, but with academia, so that there's solid evidence that we would now then propose and submit to Parliament to assist in strengthening whichever legislation is required in order to get the necessary impact and effect on a particular community. Also is perhaps to look at the feasibility of this particular tribunal that would assist for the commission to prosecute in its own capacity.
Thank you. Honorable Bredenbach, are you covered?
No, thank you, Chair. I just have one question. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
The principle of legality, how do you envisage it as applying to the activities of the Human Rights Commission?
Again, Chair, I'm not a legal person, so I wouldn't want to venture into giving a legal answer on the question that Advocate Breitenbach has proposed.
No. It's not a legal answer.
Yeah.
She says she wants to get your understanding of the principle of legality, but it's fine. We'll take your answer as an answer.
It's fine. It's no problem.
It's fine. It's fine. Honorable Bredenbach, thank you very much. The South African Human Rights Commission Act obligates the Commission to request and receive reports from all government departments and organs of state annually. Now, what do you think would be a recourse in an event when a department just ignores and refuses to submit a report to the Human Rights Commission? What do you think could be a recourse to that unfortunate situation?
Sure. There should be, I think initially, there should be an agreement between the entities in terms of,
Well, let's say there is no agreement.
Okay.
There is a blatant refusal, or there is a blatant ignorance of the request by the Commission. There is no agreement. So what do you think is the next recourse for the Commission to get those reports?
I think there should be legislation available to get that information. I mean, there's a PIA Act that I can think of where that obligates an individual or an entity to make available information that would assist in any matter legally if we go through a process. So whatever legislation is available to try and access that information, that is what needs to be used.
Okay, you're talking about legislation. What legislation governs the Human Rights Commission?
The Human Rights Commission is governed by the Act, the Human Rights Act, first of 1994, and then Act 40 of 2013.
There's nothing in South Africa that is called Human Rights Act.
The South African Human Rights Act.
South African Human Rights Commission Act.
Commission.
Okay, thank you very much,
Apologies.
Mr. Grant. Thank you for coming. Thank you for availing yourself. Thank you for voluntarily want to be part of the revolution to curb and end human rights abuses. Thank you to voluntarily want to come forward to be part of the human rights revolution in the country. It's still a very complex and difficult environment, but we really appreciate the fact that when we say there's an advert, there are people who really want to come and serve the nation. So we thank you. After the committee interviews, the committee will then undergo in the process of deliberations. Then from then, it's when the committee will be able to inform the candidates of what is the next stage. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the members. I appreciate the confidence of getting an invite and coming to submit my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Where is the committee secretary? Do we have a committee secretary in this committee? Or he has resigned? Can you take another candidate? Moro Mhlazi. Lighta nje mic yakho apha.
Okay.
Kunjani Mhlazi?
Kuhle ba kunjani wena?
Siyaphila. Igama lakho unguchumile Sali.
Yes.
Okay. We are welcome, Mr. Sali,
Thank you.
to the interviews to fill a vacancy in the South African Human Rights Commission. We're going to ask you questions. There is water next to you. I think you may need some sips as time goes, but you can relax. We call it a conversation. We have a conversation with the candidates. It's a fair conversation where we are able to put some points forward, but general about human rights. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. Then members are going to ask you questions as well. The first question is, are you available to be a full-time commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission?
Yes, I'm available, Chairperson.
You are available. Now, please tell us about yourself, your values, your experience, and why this makes you a suitable candidate to fill the vacancy in the commission. What actually motivated you to apply to fill the vacancy? Why do you think that you are the right person? We believe that you think you are the right person. Why do you think that you are the right person to fill the vacancy? And if you are appointed, what legacy do you think you are going to leave to the commission? I hope you are able to get those. Yes, you can start responding.
Thank you, Chairperson and the honorable members. My name is Chumile Sali. I hold a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of the Western Cape. I also have obtained a certificate in policy making for Africa's development, which I obtained at Timali with UNISA. I'm a human rights defender. I'm currently working for the International Budget Partnership of South Africa as a senior programs officer. My work there includes leading the Asivikelane campaign, which is a nationwide campaign which monitors the provision of water, toilets, refuse collection in informal settlements in the metropolitan municipalities, including Knysna, with the exception of Ekurhuleni, but all other metros. So what I do on a daily basis, I'm leading budget advocacy. So I engage together with partner organizations or communities from informal settlement. We engage government officials on budgeting for water, sanitation, which is toilets, and refuse collection. So I also lead workshops or education on capacitating informal settlement residents to be able to interpret, analyze, and make submission on municipal budgets and the integrated development plans. So the importance of that is to have a different conversation between residents and the municipalities, so that we don't only engage when we protest on the streets, but there is a tool, which is a budget and a ITP, which can be used to transform our communities and realize the rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights. I previously worked for the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum as a research and a project officer. So my work there was to promote human rights policing in the African region. So not only in South Africa, most of our work was outside of South Africa. So I was part of the steering committee of civil society organizations across the continent, which developed and advocated for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights principles on the decriminalization of petty offenses in Africa. So the principles were adopted in 2018 eventually, and were launched in 2018 by the African Commission in Banjul, the Gambia. I also participated after this committee, or Parliament rather, ratified OPCAD in 2019, July 2019. I worked with the Human Rights Commission whilst I was representing the APCOF. We worked on promoting the lay visitors scheme, which is the independent monitoring of police detention facilities. So I went around the country with the current chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, that time was the Commissioner, Reverend Chris Nissen, to engage station commissioners on the lay visitor scheme that there will be people that we are going to train as the Human Rights Commission in APCOF to visit police detention facilities. In this instance, which is the holding cells. I'm also an award-winning author, not just an award-winning, a multi-award-winning author of a book called The Bus People, which depicts the lived experiences of the bus commuters in informal settlements of Cape Town. So the book is on short stories. It talks about access to basic services for people who are using the bus every day. It talks about the working conditions of the bus commuters when they arrive at work. It talks about the challenges that bus commuters experience when there are protests. So when taxi drivers and the municipality in Cape Town specifically, when they are in collusion, how does that impact an unskilled laborer or worker who is inconvenienced by that protest, by the banning of a bus, because it might impact that person's livelihood. My values include non-corruptibility. I also have a strong work ethic. What legacy I will leave behind? So in the current context of the Human Rights Commission, there is the Mpumalanga case of is it Bosman and the agro case, where the High Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal made a decision that the Human Rights Commission's remedial actions or recommendations are not binding. So my legacy, if I were to be a commissioner, is to ensure that the legislation, which is the South African Human Rights Commission or the Constitution, they are adhered to give effect to the rights, to the mandate and the powers of the Human Rights Commission, so that the Human Rights Commission is not viewed as a toothless body, but it takes decisions or remedial actions which can be respected, which also are binding. So, because the court says that the Human Rights Commission must seek orders, which is mandament transpoli, declaration order, and interlocutory orders from the court before to confirm the binding effect of the Constitution. It therefore means that the 207 million budget of the Commission will be used on attorneys to confirm the 6,000 cases that the Commission deals with on a yearly basis. So that will be my legacy that I will leave behind. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you bring the copies of the Bus People with you?
No, but I can courier it.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Is there anything you want to declare on record here in Parliament?
No, there is none. If according to the form,
Yeah, anything you
No,
think
no,
is important that you declared?
I declare that I am clean.
Okay. I heard you saying you are incorruptible, and I saw Mr. Nomvalo was having money flowing around here. I don't know what he was doing. If appointed, would you make yourself available for the position of the deputy chairperson of the commission?
Yes, I will make myself available. I have to have the leadership qualities. I've served in the student
Yes is
governance
enough.
sectors. Okay.
Yes is just enough. Members, here is your candidate, Honorable Dena, Honorable Matafa, Honorable Lovalo, Honorable Mutaung, Honorable Klopper, and Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Zoditz.
Thank you, Chair.
You say I'm changing my noting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
I
it.
want to be fair.
I'll also have 7 seconds at the end, not 2. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Sali. I have 3 questions for you. The first one is, I see that you started with a Masters of Law in Human Rights with the research topic, the constitutional obligations imposed on local government to deliver services, the case of informal settlements in metropolitan municipalities in South Africa. Now, we know that local government is one of the biggest culprits when it comes to human rights infringements, especially in rural areas, in the townships, and I'm referring specifically to sewage spillage and the pollution of our drinking water. Do you think that the Human Rights Commission has acted sufficiently proactive in this regard? And how would you handle it differently if you think they haven't acted proactively enough? Then my second question, Chair, is my question about self-determination. We all have the right to self-determination in terms of Section 235 of the Constitution. So I'd like to know what you understand under self-determination and how you would promote it. And then my last question is, the Human Rights Commission is currently a conflicted organization. There is, for the lack of a better word, bad blood between the administration and the commission itself. And you said you would avail yourself for deputy chairperson also if you had the opportunity. Now, you would be sticking your head into the proverbial bee's nest. So how would you handle the conflict that is currently in the organization? Do I still have 2 seconds? No, I'm joking. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
No, we can give you the last one after your response.
No, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
Can
sure.
I get a clarity on the last one? Conflicts between whom and whom within?
Between the administration, the secretariat, and the commission.
Okay. No, thanks. The Human Rights Commission can play its role, but if its decision or remedial actions are not speaking, or I don't find expression in the municipal budgets and the IDPs, they will just stay on the archives. So I will use them for my research, for my academic research. So if, I think the human rights commissioners or human rights officers who are employed by the commission, we should have human rights officers who will play the role of ensuring that municipal budgets do speak to the rights that I've mentioned, which is access to water, sanitation, the municipality plays their role. So if we were to critique the local government for not fulfilling these rights, and yet as the commission we do not participate in the budget and the IDP processes, then we'll be speaking from different corners without hearing each other. So I think the commission, in its engagement, it should go further to participate in the budget processes and the IDP process, not only with local government, even other affairs of government as well, which is provincial and national, to say that, look, because Section 184 provides that the commission can summon or request a report from government or state institutions on human rights, on the promotion of human rights. So ours should not only expect the report without first ensuring that on the government's plan, there is a money that is put for the realization of the Bill of Rights. Otherwise, our constitution will just be a well-celebrated constitution which is unfunded. The Bill of Rights is very expensive. You have to fund it. On the Section 235, on the self-determination, so my understanding is that communities who share same heritage, language, culture, economy can group themselves within the Republic. One example, for example, Orania in the Northern Cape is using Section 235. But my experience or my critique of Orania is that it's located in Northern Cape for a particular group of people, is not inclusive of other South Africans. So people should be able to apply Section 235 of the Constitution, but that should not be used to perpetuate the legacy of apartheid and colonialism in South Africa. On the last question on conflicts and between administration and the commissioners, I think the legislation is very clear. The South African Human Rights Commission, what are the roles of the commissioners? So I think as the commissioners as well, we must act according, I'm saying as commissioners, sorry. So
you have self-appointed yourself.
So as commissioners as well, we must respect the legislation. And also as commissioners, if there are, because I remember last year there was a letter returned to the committee by staff members to the commission complaining about the interference of commissioners into the work of the commission. So I think as parliament and even as commissioners, we can't look away when there are such conflicts within the South African Human Rights Commission. So if we have such tensions or such schisms within the Human Rights Commission, and then you can kiss human rights culture in South Africa goodbye. So if the staff members are not happy within the commission, then who's going to promote the respect for human rights? Who's going to protect the human rights culture in South Africa? If the human rights officers are not happy within the South African Human Rights Commission, which is given that mandate. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Matava.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dumela Ntate Qumile. Just on the issue of Section 235, the right to self-determination, I hear you when you say it should not be allowed to perpetuate our bad legacy as a country of apartheid. How would you ensure, if you are appointed, that the Commission fosters social cohesion, but at the same time protect those that choose to rely on Section 35 to advance their culture, their heritage, or language? I know it's a balancing act, but I'm sure that you get my point.
Yes, I do.
The second question, Chair, since Ntate Qumile has put himself available to be considered as Chair, I will just check on his strategic thinking to ask what measures will he put in place, should be appointed, to ensure effective tracking and reporting on the Commission's progress and impact. I came across an equality report. There was a request for Treasury to present a report in a particular period of time to the Commission. I'm not sure that it happened because nothing was said to the country. But we know that the report came out, there was a request. So how will you ensure that you track those particular progresses and impact? The last one is my favorite one, Mr. Sali, on how you think the Commission works with Parliament. What are the obligations of the Commission to Parliament? And what are the obligations of Parliament to the Commission? So there is the interface, if you can just share your understanding with the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Member. I'll start with the last one, your favorite one, Honorable Member. According to the Constitution, the human rights officers should report to Parliament at least once a year through its annual report. So I think there is a gap there on legislation, but I understand that in practice, the committee and the Human Rights Commission meet more than once. I think the role that Parliament should also play, because as you are seated here, you are lawmakers. I think you should also look, or you should structure the remedial actions of the Commission as to how can they find expression in the legislation, not only in legislations that sit within this committee, but with other committees as well, so that the Commission does not deal with, for example, 6,000 cases annually on the same matter, while the matter can be addressed through legislation, while legislation can be used as a mechanism to deal with some of the complaints that are brought to the attention of the Commission. I think that's how Parliament should support the Commission, not just through reporting only, but take into account the remedial actions, and then so that how we should also measure the success of. Sorry, I'm moving from the question now. How we should measure the success of the Commission is by the reduction of the complaints to the Commission. It therefore means that as the Commission and as Parliament, we are dealing with the same complaints that are coming every year. So we can't celebrate that last year there were 6,000, this year there are 5,000, but are we dealing with the complaints so that we promote the culture in the truest sense of the word? And the second one, on strategic thinking, effective checking of the Human Rights Commission's progress. I don't know how the Commission is structured internally in terms of administration, but for me, from what you are saying, I think there should be a unit within the Commission that deals with strategy, or even if you call it M&E, monitoring and evaluation, that would focus on the issue that you are raising, and also look into the impact of the what do you call this, of the remedial actions of the Commission. So that, as I've said in the previous question, that as the Commission, we should not celebrate investigating same cases now and again. It therefore means that as a Commission, we are not promoting the human rights culture in South Africa. So you can't, for 25 years, deal with the same complaints every year without bringing them together, all these complaints. How to foster social cohesion without, and also protect the rights of the particular culture and heritage. I think it's possible. It's important that as South Africans, we heal from our past, and that's what also the preamble of the Constitution states, that we, the people of South Africa, we need to work together to heal, to move away from the apartheid legacy. So I think it's important for different ethnic groups, racial groups to work together. In working together, it doesn't mean that if I am Umxhosa, I compromise my rights and become Umzulu or an Afrikaner. So we can coexist in South Africa, but respect one another. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sali. Yeah, at least with you, I won't mind playing around the legal jargon, because you have some legal background and we are currently busy with your research. So I won't be doing any injustice if I go to the specifics here and there. I want us to have a short discussion about the socio-economic rights. My observation is that, to a greater extent, there is no crisis of legislation in South Africa in terms of promoting and protecting human rights. The problem lies with the implementation thereof by whoever is entrusted with that responsibility. I'll make a practical example. the socio-economic rights are addressed from section 25, from section 26, upward in the Constitution. Subsequent to that, a piece of legislation in protection of those rights was introduced, which is PAJA, to say members of the public who enjoy these rights, subsequent to these rights entrenched in the Constitution, this is another piece of legislation. Now, the question is, has the Commission done enough to ensure that, one, the public is aware of what it enjoys as constitutional fruits or benefits? Because, enacting the laws and without making them being known by the public is just like rolling your armpits without washing them. It's just a futile exercise. The Commission has not done enough in that regard in terms of educating the people to ensure that they know what to do when they are faced with a certain situation. What is your take on that? Please try to be very brief because I've got some couple of questions.
Okay, I'll make an example about the Asivikelane campaign that we are working on as Asivikelane. We are working with a staff of 8, but we are working in 8 municipalities. So what we do is that we are working with communities in informal settlement, so that the promotion of human rights does not only rest within the Commission. I think it's important for the Commission to work with communities to create partnership with CSOs, with community structures, so that you have more people who are speaking your language. Because you are the Commission, you have limits. There are roads that you cannot enter because you are prescribed by legislation as the Commission. So I think create partnership with communities so that you have rights. For example, on the 2nd of November, I hosted a Kwanobuhle Children's Book Fair in the Kariga Youthnik for children between 2 to 13 years. In July, I invited the Human Rights Commission children's units to come and speak to children about the rights of children. I never got a response. I sent about 5 emails to the Commission, and there was no response. Same person. And now how are you as the Commission going to promote rights? But if Commission went to Kwanobuhle and spoke to those 2 to 13-year-olds, and then you have more human rights champions who are growing within this human rights culture in South Africa.
Do you agree with me if I say, with the existence of an efficient human rights commission, we won't have a problem of social injustices in South Africa? 2, we won't have what I call an undue intervention, not interference, intervention of the courts on human rights issues, which are supposed to be dealt with by the Human Rights Commission. Do you agree with me if I say that?
I disagree. On social injustice, read with your first question on socio-economic rights. The Constitution Section 7.2 also places a responsibility on the state organs to protect and to fulfill the rights that are in the Bill of Rights, which includes the socio-economic rights. So social injustice, it is the duty of government, but as the Commission, I think in as much as you are promoting human rights in South Africa, human rights should be budgeted. So as the Human Rights Commission, to my first point I made earlier on, that also speak about the budgeting of human rights in South Africa. So you have these government departments, the Minister of Finance comes to Parliament and tables a budget that this billion is going here, this other one is going to that department. Your interest as Human Rights Commission is how much is going to human rights per department, per state organ in South Africa. On the second question on the interference of the courts on the record of the Commission, we are a developing country in South Africa. So development also goes to our jurisprudence as well. So the High Court decision and the Supreme Court of decisions, I don't take them as interference. It's just that the courts are telling us that, look, there is something that needs to be cured in the legislation. It therefore means that as Parliament or as the Concord, hoping that the Concord will make a determination, refer the matter of or call for the amendment of the Human Rights Commission Act so that the binding powers of the commission are legislated. I think as Parliament should play that role.
Yeah,
as well.
no, I get you, but I don't think you got my question correctly. I'll make a practical example of a case of Goedboom versus the Minister of Housing. It's an old case. Now the question is, okay, that case was adjudicated by the Constitutional Court as the final arbiter, and it took a decision. I'm saying, had we had an efficient human rights commission, which was going to intervene there and there, and not wait for the matter to be taken to court, you would not be having a court that decides on human rights issues. That is my question. Not interfere, but intervene. Interference is something else.
Though, I hear your point, and I partly agree that the Human Rights Commission should have played a role. But when we say that we must promote the culture of human rights, it therefore means that within the Department of Health, we must have human rights officers. Even if you're a DTG for human resources or for something else, but the issue of human rights should play, we should have many champions in different departments so that we don't wait for this one entity, which is the Human Rights Commission, which powers which are questioned by the Supreme Court of Appeal, by the way, to monitor the realization of these rights only. The Human Rights Commission must play its role to promote its rights, to protect its rights, to investigate complaints. But as government entities as well, Section 72 of the Constitution gives you that responsibility to ensure that human rights are met in South Africa.
Okay, the last one.
Thanks.
The
last
Section
one, Gaja.
36, is our society not finding itself in a situation where it fails to balance between Section 36 of the Constitution and Chapter 2, which causes the violation of human rights by one group to another?
Okay.
Is our society not finding itself in that quagmire of failing to balance between Section 36 and Chapter 2 of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights?
If I'm staying in Nkanini informal settlement and I don't have access to water and I don't have access to a toilet, so for me there's no balancing act. Is that I don't have a toilet and I don't have a water, and the government must deliver those services, and the commission must play its role to ensure that residents do. So when you mean society, I'm taking this part of society, people living in informal settlements. So if you don't have access to those, what you don't have, I don't want to say you care less, but your preoccupation is that you must have access to basic services without these limitation clauses of Section 36 or the rights in the Bill of Rights.
Thank you, Honorable Modau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity.
Mr. Nomvalo looted those minutes. It's going to come
Afternoon.
back for him.
Afternoon, Mr. Sali. Chair, I have only 3 questions. The first one is each commissioner is allocated a focus area. What human rights focus area will you promote and develop during your term of office, if we can give you a chance to be a commissioner, and why? And then my second question will be, has the commission been sufficiently proactive in respect of issues around food poisoning and food security?
Okay, on the first one, excuse me, it will be pro-human rights budgets, because I'm currently doing that work with the Civic Land campaign, where I engage municipal officials, create relations, and engage municipal officials on budgeting for water, sanitation, and refuse collection in informal settlements. So at least I've been training communities on budget advocacy. We've been making submissions as different communities in informal settlements across the country on that. So for me, on the why, to expand on the why, is that we can talk about human rights, we can have commissions or symposiums or workshops on human rights, but if you don't budget for them, and then we'll continue with those symposium, we'll be hosting a 50th symposium on water and sanitation. But if you push for the budgeting of these rights, I think you'll be dealing with some of the challenges. So for me, it's very important, the pro-human rights budget. Even when the Commission is inviting government departments to report on human rights, it should make them account on how much they've budgeted for human rights, how much was spent on the rights that are enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Has the Commission been proactive on the South African on the food poisoning? From my assessment as a member of the public, I have not come across any, on the media at least, any interaction between the Commission and spaza shops or supermarkets that are selling expired food. But also, there are also other departments. I'm not defending the Commission that I'm part of. There are also other departments like your environmental affairs that are supposed to monitor. Yeah, so the Department of Health as well, including the South African Human Rights Commission. So for me, with the current reported incidents on food poisoning, as the Commission, I would have a section committee to look into the matter of food poisoning. Because this morning, this afternoon in Khayelitsha, there's a spaza shop owner from Somalia who dumped expired food and sweet in an open field in town too, just now after 12 o'clock. And the kids, they went there and collected those sweets. But fortunately, SAPS acted swiftly to arrest that person, but the sweets and the expired food is already taken. So I think as the Commission, because there's this reported matter, because I don't want to say it's an outbreak, it's just that the media now is more focused on this particular moment. It doesn't mean that it's only now that there's an issue of expired food. So I think the Human Rights Commission should, as part of the food security priority of the Commission, should also look into the issue of spaza shops and supermarkets that are selling expired foods. Thanks.
My last question, Chair, is South African Human Rights Commission has amongst the broadest mandates of all the Chapter 9 institutions, but it has a challenge of a small budget. Given its limited resources, do you believe the institution could work more strategically to deliver on its mandate? If so, how?
The mandate of the Commission in the Constitution and the Act, it says to promote the respect, to promote the protection of these rights, to monitor. So I'm of the view that the Commission with its 207 million budget can play that role if it works closely with the departments that are supposed to deliver services into those communities. Because the Commission cannot deliver toilets in an informal settlement or even in a formal settlement, but it's government department. So I think the Commission should focus, should not only wait for the annual reports from government departments, but it should work closely with those service delivery-oriented government departments to ensure that the rights in the Bill of Rights are realized with the 207, because the budget will never be enough. Because as soon as you increase it to 500 million and then the staff will do it for salary increment, therefore means that the budget for the Commission will never be enough. So, and also have more, I like how the legislation is structured. It says that you promote the culture. It therefore means that it's not only your responsibility. the issue of human rights in South Africa. So it therefore means that we have more human rights practitioners outside of the South African Human Rights Commission. So even human rights violators, they should be aware that, like the Somali guy who dumped food in Kailisha this afternoon, he should be conscious that what I'm doing is against human rights, because the Human Rights Commission has played a role to conscientize society on human rights. So it should not only, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Glover.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Mr. Sali. Look, I first want to say I take appreciation to the work that you've done in the community in the past and still is doing, and as well as your, the roles that you've played in informal settlements when it comes to water, sanitation, refuse removal, and so forth. And I really do mean that. I work with rural communities. And one of the things that I just want to highlight, to ask a question on is, you said you would focus on the water implementation within these rural communities and so forth. But as a commissioner of human rights, you're responsible for the rights of all South Africans that live in it. And you adopt a very whole of society approach when you're saying the human rights must work with the municipalities, and I appreciate that, but we must adopt the same whole of society approach when taking note of human rights of individuals within South Africa. I went to a town recently where the informal settlements of the town, if I could put it in those words, had no water. A month prior to that, they had E. coli in the water, where the rural areas had running water, clean, potable water. And I just think, the question I would just like to do, if you include all of South Africa approach in saying that as a commissioner, you would include all people's access to clean drinking potable water, don't you think that no person would be left behind, and it would encompass the human rights of all individuals of South Africa, which is the mandate of this Human Rights Commission? Furthermore, on refuse removal, I drove to a town last week, very nice established town, but there was rubbish absolutely everywhere. And those businesses are also paying rates and taxes for those to be clean. People can't access these shops without having to walk through litter, and it poses hygiene risk to all of those. And I think it's very important that you just include those in your vision should you become a commissioner. The other part that I would just like to speak to, and I didn't maybe catch the gist of what you were saying. You referred to the police stations. And I just would like to know what in particular must be taken in consideration of the police resources distribution. Are you meaning evidence-based policing and where it would better be utilized? I just want to understand if that is what you were speaking about there, as well as the socioeconomic status of the communities must be taken into account. Are you talking about evidence-based policing and distributing resources to communities that needed more to better enhance their human rights? I just wasn't 100% sure in your application what you meant. Thank you, Mr. Sali.
Okay. No, thanks. I agree with you on the first question, Honorable Member. So when I specify rural and informal settlements, I specify them because they are the most affected. You are likely to find toilets or water in informal settlements and rural communities in comparison to the suburbs and the townships. So that's why I'm putting a specific emphasis on those two communities. Not to say that other communities are less important, but there is at least access, because in some communities where we're working, there is no access at all. So hence my specification, not to say that going to limit that into those two specific communities, but those are the most vulnerable communities in South Africa. Hence I'm putting that. On the refuse, there's a model that we are working on currently with the City of Tshwane Municipality as the civic and campaign. We are working with communities in the municipality. We've developed a strategy and an education curriculum to engage with residents on how can we use waste differently. So there are ideas of recycling, and also why is it, how does the dumping of waste just anywhere affects you as a resident? What is the impact of that on your waste? So I think we need more engagement with communities. We educate one another. Maybe as government, I would say we are educating communities, but if our education is based on our desktop experiences. Maybe communities, what Esplanade does now, is also educating municipalities on why do we dump waste there and how can we use this waste differently. So I think now in Swane, we are moving towards recycling. Together with informal settlement residents, they are part of this. So it's not municipalities as civilian deciding for residents, but together with the residents, how can we use our waste? Because the waste will be there every day. We eat sweets, we buy bread, the waste. How can we use this waste creatively? How can we use waste as an economy as well? We can make a living out of our waste. On police resources, I mentioned the curricular human resource requirement. It's a strategy or a policy that is used by the South African Police Services to allocate police resources. So it looks into the crime stat in that particular police precinct. It looks into the socio-economic conditions. It looks to the past of that particular committee. So it's not my suggestions, that's what the policy says. So it says that when SAPS is allocating police resources, it must take that into account. In 2014, the Kailisha Commission of Inquiry that investigated the breakdown of police, of relations between the police and the community and police initiatives, said that how SAPS allocates police resources in Kailisha and other communities. But SAPS is not complying with its own system. You will find that you go to a Site B police station, you'll find one detective, that's what the commission found in 2014, one detective dealing with 585 cases at once. So there it includes murders, house breakings, and different types of crimes. So what I'm advocating for in my submission is that how police allocates its resources has an impact on crime. So that in areas where we have a high crime rate, like Nyanga, Philippi, we should have at least a fairer police population ratio. So you can't have one police officer in Nyanga dealing, or one police officer policing over 1,000 residents. And then you go to Camps Bay, one police officer, less than 100 people. And yet in Camps Bay, you pass even 5 years without murders. In Philippi, every day, there's more than one murder. So we're saying that deploy police resources where there's a need. That's the argument. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair, I'm covered.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zotetse. You forgot.
No, I was surprised that Honorable Breitenbach is covered. Thanks. Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Sally.
Good afternoon.
I'm not intending to ask many questions. I don't have that luxury of time. Look, now on August this year, the Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Kubai, came under fire for having revealed that in terms of the financial sector, there's more of home loans that are approved for a certain color of people. The privileged would have gotten more approval from home loans as opposed to the previously disadvantaged. And this has been the talk generally. She would have issued even numbers. I think out of 6,000, 4,000 was applications from the black majority, and then 2,000 from whites. Now she was decrying that there's a certain level or degree of discrimination in that regard. Now I'm just raising this as a scenario. Now out of such, what do you think has to be done by the Commission to deepen the impact of legislation such as the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act? Taking into consideration, of course, that going to court wouldn't be, going to court with financial sector would literally drain the Commission out of whatever sense that it's having. Now, what do you think has to be done in that regard? Now, the second one is, we have been speaking about all forms of human rights challenges which we would have observed as the committee members, each one of us. But in your view, as an individual interested in serving in the commission, what do you think would be challenges that you would have observed in terms of human rights in South Africa? Of course, as you respond to that, please take into consideration what Honorable Novado would have mentioned, issues of the different types of human rights, particularly as you respond to this. Let's just deal with that there's different categories of human rights in the main socioeconomic rights. So in your observation, what are the challenges in terms of human rights that you would have picked up, and how do you intend to resolve them? I think I have one last question, but I will take it after Mr. Sali responds to this too. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Member. On the financial sector, I think we, as South Africans, we tend to make a mistake that after 1994, everything changed in the country. And evidence tells us that the financial sector also played a role in the perpetuation of apartheid in South Africa. So what will we do with the commission, as the commission? Because as we have said, Honorable Member, that the Unfair Discrimination Act is clear, even Section 9 of the Constitution are clear on the issue of equality. Maybe we need to, as the commission, have more dialogues with the financial sector as well. We have more dialogues with trade unions, people who are working in the financial sector industry, as to how do we redress the imbalances of the past using the financial sector. But now the problem with the problem with the issue of home loans approved at a lower rate for a particular group and a bigger rate to the other group, it still perpetuates the imbalances of the past. That if you are black and you apply for a loan at a particular bank, at Kumile Bank, you are likely to get be approved on a certain interest rate, but if you are white. So for me, that it tells us that apartheid was not just former President Mandela and former President de Klerk shaking heads, but it was systemic. So, and also how a society we need to approach apartheid, it should be systemic as well. And the Constitution is a transformative tool. We need to use the Constitution as well to transform our society. Our society includes the financial sector as well. But in the public spaces, there is less said about the transformation of the financial sector.
sorry to disturb you. I think the issue about this financial sector was the scenario which I was putting up for you.
Okay.
I don't think that I am asking the question that is primarily premised on what is happening in the financial sector. But my question rather is, how do you think, in light of all these things that are happening with what is happening in the financial sector as part of these problems, how do you think that the commission under your leadership will deepen the impact of legislation such as the prevention of unfair discrimination and so forth? So I think I just wanted to clarify so that I can help you respond, because I heard you dwelling more into the financial sector when the matter is wide. I still have that last question to pose.
So I'll go back to my last point, Honourable Member, so that I did not capture your question correctly, that we need to have more dialogues in South Africa, and also if there are legislations that are before Parliament, as the Commission, we need to make submissions in that regard to ensure that no one in South Africa is discriminated based on race, gender, or ethnicity. On the second question, on the challenges of what I think are the biggest challenges of human rights abuses in South Africa, I will start with on Section 33 of the Constitution, which is the just administrative action. Why I'm coming to this, because in the Human Rights Commission trends on reported cases, just administration action comes out third, meaning that there are many people who do not get a proper respect or services or reasons for non-provision of particular services at government departments. And hence we have this unlikely solution, a section which is on Section 33, but you have a high number of cases. I think to try to work on the just administrative action, I think is one of the major human rights challenges in South Africa, that when I as Tumile go to a particular government department, I should be treated with respect. If services cannot be rendered, I should be given reasons so there is just administrative action. And second one is on Section 10 of the Constitution, the right to dignity. Section 10 states that everyone has an inherent dignity, and for dignity to be respected. So I'll go back to the work that I'm doing on water, sanitation, refuse collection. So if I do not have a toilet, for example, I relieve myself in front of my children, my dignity is gone from my children. And for me, it's my word, I did not do any study. Last year, there was the Human Rights Commission declared a disaster on food, on child malnutrition in the Eastern Cape. For me, I'm linking that with the respect for human dignity. So if, for example, you do not have access to a toilet, sorry, I think I'm losing track now of my argument. But if you don't have access to a toilet, you have lost your dignity. Okay, let me come back. So on the issue of child malnutrition in the Eastern Cape, I'm looking that with the rise.
Maybe let's just end there, and allow Honourable Torres to ask the last question.
Okay.
Then you do a brief response to it.
Okay.
Now the chairperson, when he started, would have asked you a very direct question, that what would have led to a vacancy in the commission is that the deputy chairperson has resigned. And then he further asked the question from you, would you be available to serve as the commission, also as its deputy chairperson. The South African Human Rights Commission Act implores upon us to find somebody to be a commissioner, but that person must be fit and proper. Do you follow?
Yes.
That person must be fit and proper. Now, Mr. Sali, do you consider yourself fit and proper? That is number one. Number two, perhaps this must be number two. Number one, can you give us your comprehension of what is fit and proper in the context of an institution such as the South African Human Rights Commission? And then you can then deal with the number two, which speaks about you attempt to give us a sense that you consider yourself fit and proper. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. On the comprehension of fit and proper within the South African Human Rights Commission, the UN Paris Principles on the National Human Rights Institute indicate that a national human rights institution must be independent, must be impartial, it must also not be biased. So I think one who's ought to be a commissioner of South African Human Rights Commission should ensure that for you to be fit and proper, you must be able to uphold those values that are suggested or recommended by the Paris Principles and there's also South African Human Rights Commission Act as well. And also a fit and proper person is someone who meets the prerequisites, who have a strong academic background, who have an experience in the context of the Human Rights Commission, who has an experience on the promotion of the respect for human rights and culture in South Africa, who has an experience in the promotion of the protection of human rights development in South Africa. So that would be my comprehension of what is a fit and proper person in the context of the Human Rights Commission. I am a fit and proper person for the South African Human Rights Commission. As I've indicated, I hold a law degree. I'm currently doing an LLM on human rights, and I've been practicing. I'm a human rights defender outside of my workspace. I've been involved. I'm a community organizer. I work with communities. On my part-time, I collect clothes, toiletries, building materials for informal settlements when there are shack fires. So I do have experience to be South African Human Rights Commission, and I'm also a firm believer of our constitution as a transformative tool, that you cannot transform South Africa without using the constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you. As fit and proper as you are, as you claim to be, now we've come to the end of our interview with you. Mr. Sale, we, on behalf of the committee, wish to thank you for availing yourself to come to the interview when you were called. Wish to thank you as well by just the virtue of availing yourself to be part of the human rights revolution in the country. It's very quite much important. Thank you very much, and have a safe way back home. The committee will deliberate after interviews on a date set by the committee. Then anything else will be communicated to them, to the candidates from that point. Thank you very much, Mr. Sali. Thank you. Honorable President Baka, you fit and proper. You've been complaining. That process has been happening the whole day. No, but I think, bring another, the last. No, I agree with you, but I think at some point we need to balance. No, we need to balance having a quality interview and managing time. Members were calling the last candidate. Then we'll be done for the day. We promise that 5 minutes will be 5 minutes. Mr. Nomvalo stole a minute. And we're going to deduct that minute from him. No, that minute was looted. He looted that minute. Good afternoon, Mr. Kam.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good
How are
afternoon,
you today?
honourable members.
Are you okay today?
I'm fine, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Are you not nervous?
I'm trying not to be. You're always nervous, even if you have been a member of Parliament before. You know, when you come back to be.
Okay then. There's water in front of you. So you may as well help yourself there. Welcome to the interview. We're going to ask you a few questions, then members are going to ask immediately after. The first question is, are you available to be a full-time commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission?
I am indeed, Chair. Thank you.
Then please tell us about yourself, your values, your experience, and why do you think that you are a suitable candidate for filling the vacancy in the commission? What actually motivated you to apply to fill the vacancy? Tell us, why do you think that you are the best candidate? And what legacy do you think you are going to leave had you get appointed? You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I have extensive experience in all three spheres of government. I've been a local councillor. I've also been a member of the provincial legislature and of Parliament, and also in the executive. And that experience helps a lot because, as you would know, the South African Human Rights Commission regularly have to interact with these institutions, also to get certain things done, including the realization of socio-economic rights, and to engage on several levels. I think I have contributed very much in my previous term to the visibility and vocality of the Commission. And I would now like to, if I would be reappointed, I would want to concentrate on the efficiency and effectiveness of the Commission. For example, I was very much involved in developing the new CHP of the Commission, the complaints handling procedures, but we've also actually put forward to the Department of Justice a new bill that would amend the existing legislation, inter alia making provision, and I feel very strongly about this, making provision for binding findings and directives or recommendations from the Commission's side. I've been involved during my term of office, and I would very much like to continue some of this work because it hasn't been concluded, in developing a model code of conduct for schools, The idea is that this would, in the final analysis, then also be approved by the Department of Basic Education, so that all codes of conduct of schools can indeed be inclusive, but can also be human rights friendly. I've also been involved in the development of the position paper of the Commission on the right to read and write. The whole idea here was to define what it means to read for understanding by the age of 10, and what the requirements are to indeed achieve that. I've also been involved, and this work is also not concluded because we still have plain pit latrines in some of our schools, but in work with the Department of Basic Education to make sure that we eradicate these plain pit latrines forever. We've also started, whilst I was at the Commission, which is something I'd like to continue, and that is with the development of an online human rights course for all university students, and also with the development of a diversity and sensitivity training program in all our schools, which is also something that we worked together with the Department of Basic Education to achieve. I've been entrusted with key roles in the Commission, being the chairperson of several of its committees, including the Committee on the Conferment of Powers and Functions to the Chair, the Deputy Chair, and all Commissioners, and being involved in the disability focus area, specifically around the deaf community, with the adoption of sign language. We immediately embarked on an impact assessment within the Commission and started to develop a short, medium, and long-term plan to address these issues and to make sure that sign language become part and parcel of the Commission's activities. My values, I would say, is honesty, integrity, objectivity, respect for the legal order, a sense of fairness and equity, and accountability, openness, transparency, and responsiveness. The legacy that I would like to leave is to increase the understanding of human rights in society, especially among the youth in particular, that the Commission should really be a champion of human rights, that social cohesion, that the Commission plays its role in terms of national unity and social cohesion, which I think is one of the clear mandates of the Commission, that the Commission should be a real resource for Parliament as well, and that the cooperation between the Commission and Parliament should be very strong, and to improve the reputation of the Commission. I already referred to the fact that I also want the Commission to be more efficient and effective in terms of its mandate. And one of the weaknesses of the Commission is that it doesn't have an integrated monitoring framework, and it is not so strong on the monitoring of socio-economic rights. And that it's crucial to improve on this, as the triple challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty are directly related to the realization of these rights. I think I'm the right person for the position, given my experience in this field and the work that I have done, as well as my institutional knowledge. And now that the Commission seems to have some difficulties, I think my contribution could indeed assist in stabilizing it and in dealing with its challenges that it's facing. I hope I have more or less dealt with all the matters, Chair.
Is there anything you want to declare?
No, Chairperson.
If appointed, there is a vacancy of a deputy chairperson of the Commission. Would you consider yourself available for that position if appointed?
Yes, Chairperson, I would indeed be available for that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Klopper, Honorable Breitenbach, Honorable Mvalo, Honorable Motaung, Honorable Tsodetsi, Honorable Matafa, and Honorable Dena. Honorable Klopper? No, you first ask from me to take his place. Yes, but I'm saying you first start that, can I speak on Mr. Klopper's slot?
Yeah, I don't want to speak on his behalf. I just want to go before him because I need to
Okay,
go.
it's fine, you get Governor Predenbach.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gowan.
Good afternoon.
You made mention of the difficulties that the Commission is currently facing, so you're clearly aware of what's been in the press. And you say that you think you can contribute to stabilizing that. How briefly, please, because we have a 5-minute limit, although you may not know that just by watching. How would you go about doing that?
Yes, I think the important thing to notice also for the committee is that the previous commission, together with the CEO that's unfortunately now suspended, but has developed what it called IPIP, the Institutional Performance Improvement Plan. Because of the lack of performance also on the commission side, I understand it is now at 82.3%, but a year ago it was standing at about 50%. And apart from addressing certain very specific issues such as performance management, consequence management, the lack of internal controls, issues pertaining to vacancies and so on, part of that IPIP is also a cultural renewal program. And I think that if that would be allowed to be properly implemented, it might indeed make a huge difference in the equation. I do understand that the Commission will also return to this committee with its own turnaround plan, but in a sense, the implementation of that plan is quite crucial. So one will obviously have to go and have a look at that again and revise it from time to time if it is not properly addressed. It seems to me that some outside expertise involvement may also be of assistance to the Commission to address some of these issues that it is facing. But it is important to also note that in a Constitutional Court judgment, the Court very clearly said that if an institution has institutional problems and it is undermining the effectiveness and efficiency of the institution to function, then Parliament has a role to assist. So, for example, in 2005, in the case of the Public Protector, an ad hoc committee was appointed to look into some of the operational challenges and disputes that the Public Protector had. So what I will definitely do is to go and have a look at, again, at exactly what that plan IPIP proposes and to see which areas can be strengthened. We need to know exactly what the problems are. And then we need to make sure that there is better communication. And as the Kader Asma report also indicated, there should indeed be clear roles and responsibilities. It appears that that might also be a problem in terms of addressing matters. But I do think that given my track record there, I think I'm well respected in the Commission, and given my institutional knowledge and experience, that it could be of assistance in getting the Commission on track again. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Mr. Gong. Looking at your application, it's quite impressive, and you have served in all the spheres as well as this department and specifically the Human Rights Commission. In 2008, you served as the Deputy Minister of Education, and you indicated that for 5 years you were in the human rights, particularly on the focus of education. Did you contribute any noticeable achievements in that time, closing this lack of digital infrastructure in specific? Keeping in mind we're living in a digital world, access to information being crucial in specific educational access at schools. Even now we see this lack of a will to have Starlink implemented, which keeps the most remote and rural areas in the dark when it comes to access to digital information. What would your opinion on the matter be? that so many people, especially in rural areas, still do not have access to internet and social inclusion that it actually provides. And my second question or statement as well would be, I agree with your view on the monitoring of municipal processes and service delivery. In particular, many basic needs that are being failed, such as access to clean potable water, reliable electricity, and safety. How would your role as a commissioner champion for these rights to be promoted and enforced? And what have you done in the 5 years that you were as a commissioner in particular? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, obviously the digital divide will have to be closed. The Commission will have to play an increasing role in that regard. The Commission is looking at technologies, and there is specifically someone responsible for, who has taken the responsibility for that. It also already happened in my time. I was a little involved as well, but that is the provincial manager of the Eastern Cape that looks at development technologies and human rights specifically in that regard. So I think in that space you'll see a lot coming through from the Commission's side. In terms of my, on the one hand, I think you're also asking about achievements. I was Deputy Minister only for about 7 months or something under Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, but I was also MEC for Education in the Western Cape. And there I specifically played a role to have a dedicated literacy and numeracy program to improve those levels. So I've always been interested as far as that is concerned, and now also with this right to read and write. So we've basically declared a right to read and write as a central component of the right to a basic education. I am also serving as a result of that now on the 2030 reading panel that is specifically looking at how to improve as far as reading literacy is concerned. The new Minister of Basic Education recently attended a meeting of the 2030 reading panel, and it appears to us that on both the issues of infrastructure in schools, pit latrines in particular, as well as reading for meaning, she is on the same, we are in agreement as far as that is concerned. Yes, even with what we have at the moment, and during my tenure at the Commission, we did get involved in various initiatives pertaining to technology, including MOU with UCT that promotes online schooling, but trying to scale it to an extent that it really becomes a potential alternative for rural children and poor children coming from rural areas. We have visited some of their sites. There is one here in the Western Cape as well. There is one in the Valley of the Thousand Hills in KwaZulu-Natal that I also visited. And it appears to be something that one will have to look at to assist the education system to be more effective and reach more people and reach people, children in rural communities in particular as well. Also, during COVID and working with the unions, we actually had an online survey of schools in terms of the safety measures going along with COVID, to what extent schools have been supplied with these, etc. You're talking about water, etc., enforcement in that regard. Obviously, that goes to the realization of socio-economic rights. And the Commission is not going far enough and playing the role it should, I think, in terms of monitoring the realization of socio-economic rights. That should indeed improve. And it can improve if we have a proper integrated monitoring framework in that regard. There have been discussions between us and various role players, or between the Commission and various role players on this issue, including the University of Stellenbosch. So there will have to be a market improvement as far as that is concerned. I hope that more or less answers your question. Thanks.
Thank you. Valo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Khan, Advocate Khan. The question that I have relates to my observation, firstly, that I think you've been given a lot of opportunity in this country to express your passion and expertise in various forms. I mean, through different deployments. At some point, you were a deputy minister, you were the MEC, you became a member of the Human Rights Commission, and so on and so forth. Now, having been given that opportunity, what is it that is outstanding and groundbreaking, which you have done during your tenure or during the course of your leadership? I'm not talking about semantics and operational issues. I'm talking about a groundbreaking and an outstanding milestone that we have achieved, which speaks largely to social justice and to a paradigm shift in pursuit of transformation in South Africa. Please try to keep it short because I'm also coming back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think apart from what I have mentioned that I think are quite important developments, including, for example, the Model Human Rights Code of Conduct for schools, and many of the other matters I mentioned. I think if we achieve that, it will be quite significant. When I was MEC for Education in the Western Cape, we developed a policy under my leadership that is called home language-based bilingual education. I really believed, even at that time, that the switch from home language to English is to the detriment of the majority of our people in our country. It is not helping our learners to really be able to get the education levels necessarily that they need, and it also has an impact on the dropout rate of the majority of our children in this country. So we developed that policy, and although there was some uptake in the Western Cape and so on, it didn't go that far. I think there wasn't really a will to implement it any further after I left. But one of our officials in the Western Cape that was actually working on that went to the Eastern Cape and later became the SG in the Eastern Cape. And she implemented that policy in more than 1,000, I think 1,500 schools. And it worked, and it had exactly the effect that we thought at that time. She then took it to national. At the time, Minister Moshega was still the Minister of Basic Education, and convinced national to implement that. Now, next year, more than 20 years almost later, but next year it's going to be implemented in our schools across the country. I think that was something that I did contribute, and I think that's going to affect millions and millions of children going forward, especially the poor and the marginalized.
All right. Furthermore, you are a lawyer by profession, right? And it's common cause that many people who are on the receiving end of human rights violation are poor people, are unemployed. Now, have you ever done any pro bono work in your life? Have you ever represented a person, not just a pro bono in a small scale? Have you ever represented a person in the High Court who is on the receiving end of human rights violation? Just mention a few cases, just two, briefly.
Yeah, I have not practiced as, advocate or attorney for that long, as you will also see from my CV. But during that period of time, I was mostly involved with the state itself. So on a daily basis, I got a salary, but I didn't do the work pro bono, but on behalf of the state. So I started off as a state prosecutor and then went to the state attorney. In terms of pro bono assistance in general, I think the Commission can make much better use of pro bono work from attorneys and advocates.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
that's-
about the
that's-
commission.
that's
I'm
where I
talking
was going,
about
Honourable
you.
Mvo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm testing your passion because you
Yeah.
are claiming to be the most passionate person who must be appointed here. Now, the question is, because you know what is outlined here in the CV, relates to your work responsibilities, which you must do because you don't go to work to fold your arms. You are going there to work and you must effect positive change on a day-to-day basis. So we cannot use this as a scale to determine your fitness, your readiness, and your passion in this framework of human rights. Now, the question is you, what have you done? You need not necessarily go to court. You can give advices in a community. I mean, there are day-to-day problems. We have neighbors who face problems on a daily basis. What have you done?
I have been approached many times for advice, and I've always given that advice pro bono. I've never asked people for money for that. I am still being approached, almost on a daily basis, not only for legal advice, but also to assist with other issues. So there's no doubt in my mind that I have, and am still contributing, never asking a cent for it, and I will never do that. But what is important also, yes, indeed, for my work that I've done thus far, I did receive remuneration, but I specifically elected to serve the public and not to, go into private practice and stuff like that. I specifically have been a public servant for basically all my life.
Okay, now by cutting you, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm considerate of time, so please don't be too generous when you respond. Just go to the specific question that I've asked and not ask things, not answer to questions which I've not asked. Now, the last one. The Human Rights has been making rounds, the Human Rights Commission has been making rounds for wrong reasons. And its image in the public domain is impaired. It's out there, I think you know the information better than me. Now, in the midst of those problems that it has been incurring, you were also part of the human rights as a commissioner up until 2023. Now you come back here, you are saying, having led that failed, because my personal view is that the human rights is the most underperforming Chapter 9 institution, and you were part of it. You come here, you want us to reappoint you to be a commissioner once again, whereas we have not experienced any paradigm shift in your presence. What is so special about you? Because my view is that everyone who's there must go home and we appoint new people who best qualify for the job. Now, what is so special about you that of all those people, you must be singled out and be returned back to the Human Rights Commission?
Yes, I think that, I'm not that special, obviously not. But I think that the contribution I've made when I was with the Commission was a very good contribution, and I think if you look at the questionnaire, you'll see from that that is the case. I've had good relations with people, building strong working relationships that I will once again indeed do. And given my experience and institutional knowledge and so far, and given the roles and given what I was entrusted with by the commissioners at the time in terms of all the committees and so on that I served on and chaired as well, I think I would be, and being a more senior person in that sense as well, I think I would be able to make a good contribution there. I'm not saying I'm going to be able to, within a flash change things around. For that, you need a more intensive programs such as what is part of this IPIP, the Institutional Performance Improvement Plan, that has showed good results now in terms of performance. you need the kind of interventions that is also provided for in that plan pertaining to a culture change in the Commission. So, yes, that is my answer.
Thank you, Honorable Mutau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Advocate Gam. Chair, you said in your introduction you were part of the Commission in the previous term until 2023. I can see that your area of deployment in the portfolio, in the Commission was something to do with portfolio of equality. During your term, what is it that you have done, or what is your contribution in the Commission that assisted the Commission to improve in that area? Number two, I want you to confirm to this committee that part of the challenges and the instability and the problems that the Commission is experiencing currently, you are not part of those shenanigans that are happening in that Commission. Lastly, Chair, Advocate, what is it that you can do when you go back to the Commission that you did not do in your previous term when you were given an ample time opportunity to prove yourself, to bring stability in that Commission, to improve that Commission, to make sure that the Commission promotes what is expected by the Constitution of our country? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Yes, in terms of the equality portfolio, I was involved with education, but also equality for a shorter period of time when the former deputy chair passed away, and also disability. As far as equality is concerned, the Commission played a huge role in getting the government to adopt the National Action Plan to Combat Racism, which is a very important instrument, and one should actually also from your side and an accountability point of view ask the department again as to how far implementation is and so on in that regard. If I would go back, I would definitely engage the department on the implementation of this very important National Action Plan to combat racism, and to make sure that it's fully implemented, because it's quite important. There was a time also when there were racial tensions coming more and more in the country, also among politicians and what they had to say. And then what we did was a first for the Commission, in the sense that we had a joint meeting between the Commission and the Chief Whip's Forum to start addressing these matters and to make sure that we make sure that the temperature becomes lower than what it was. There was also in this field the social media charter that was launched by the Commission. The social media charter is basically to indicate how to approach social media from a equality perspective, and to ensure that there's human dignity and equality in how people use social media. I think that was quite an important development. And we worked with DBE, and this hasn't been launched, so I think the consultations are still ongoing, but we should really get to a point as far as this is concerned. And that is on the protocol on SOGI rights, as well as the guidelines on the elimination of unfair discrimination in schools. Those are two very important instruments in making sure that we encourage equality among schools, or in schools, and therefore, if I would return, I would definitely take that up again with them, with DBE. And then I mentioned the model code of conduct for schools and so on. I was also involved in the important matter of Caster Semenya. The Commission, under my stewardship, intervened in that matter in the European Court of Human Rights. That is now at the moment on appeal before the Grand Chamber of the European Court of Human Rights involved there. And so those are some of the highlights. There were also others. Yes, I think I can definitely say that I'm not part of the challenges that the Commission is experiencing at the moment. It is indeed so that, you know, sometimes there are differences of opinion. There will always be differences of opinion in the Commission because of the contentious kind of matters the Commission deal with. And yes, I also obviously differed from time to time with some of the commissioners that were there at the time, including with the former chairperson, Bongani Majola. But we, you know, we were able to put these things behind us when we've had an argument on a specific matter. And I think that is one of the issues maybe at the moment, that people should not declare each other enemies when there are differences. There will always be differences in the Commission going forward.
The point, Advocate Gum, is
yes,
that the Commission is on record here in Parliament saying yourself and other 2 former commissioners are involved and influence the instability currently happening in the Commission. That is the question.
Yeah, that is...
How do you answer?
No, that is absolutely not correct. That is absolutely not correct. As I also mentioned before, you know, if I was involved also in destabilization when I was there and so on, why would the Commission entrusted me with all the responsible positions I had in various committees, inter alia also as chairperson and so on. And I mean, you know, if you want to, you are absolutely fully free to also discuss this with some of the former commissioners, Commissioner Malachi, Commissioner Makwetla, who were all there during our term of office. And that is really not correct. I think that is sort of shifting the blame. What is the problems that the Commission have at the moment are problems inside the Commission that will have to be fixed there. And as I mentioned, it is quite clear that sometimes even the Constitutional Court does expect from Parliament to play its role in assisting. And maybe Parliament should see how it can assist as far as that is concerned.
Thank you, Honorable Sotetsi.
Thank you, Chair. Just taking from the last question, Advocate, do you understand that with the Chair having mentioned that the Commission would have mentioned on record in Parliament that you would have participated in creating instability, that when you are appointed, you are already going to arrive into an institution wherein certain important people in that institution already have a negative energy towards your appointment and possibly deepen the problems which are confronted by the Commission currently. We earlier on, one of the honorable members was asking a person that was here to be interviewed if their career, the phrasing, honorable Novel, if their career is of human rights activists. I think it was something like that. I'm raising this, Advocate, because I would have went through your CV of course, it puts you there as a person who have done some work that relates to improving the conditions of the people generally from poor background and whatever space. But what becomes clearing is that you have done all this work. I don't pick up an instance where you have not done this work for remuneration purposes, meaning that you have done it as part of the responsibilities that you have, for which you are paid. Now, can you give us a sense, because when there was a gross violation of human rights in the country, you were inexistent and you were an adult. Can you give us a sense of the sort of activities, the campaigns, anything that you would have done to advance the human rights of South Africans in South Africa prior to 1995? An example on that is that if you ask me that kind of question, I'll tell you that when I was in school, I was in COSAS and would fight for the equal education of equal access to poverty. Do you have such a history which puts you as a person that would be passionate about human rights, that you were able to raise your voice in defense of human rights even when it could have denied you certain privileges and so forth? I think it will assist us to answer a question of whether you are doing it as a career human rights activist or not. Now, you know, with you is a bit different because we are dealing with a person who is already from the institution. And we are dealing with a person who did not leave the institution in a good of shapes. That the institution currently has also made a presentation to Parliament on how it intends to turn itself around so that it becomes the more effective entity which advances or defend and promote human rights. Now, that is somewhat an indictment on the leadership of those that might have came before, if you would agree with me. Now, what do you think you possess as skills of conflict resolutions in your leadership, and how do you imagine your ability to provide strategic leadership being the one that is going to assist the Commission to improve on its operation? So the question is twofold. You are arriving in the Commission that has already issues of conflicts. I've already mentioned that your presence there, in my view, may just exacerbate those conflicts, but at your leadership level, how do you think that you'll be able to attend to these matters of conflict to ensure that they are resolved? Secondly is that the strategic leadership aspect, what kind of strategic leadership do you think you'll provide to the Commission in order for it to realize its objectives and ensure that it deepen and advocate for the rights of South Africans? Now, let me pause there, Chair, and I think I have the last one. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's just start with the issue of the allegation of creating instability. As I indicated, that is not correct, and there is indeed no evidence to support this allegation at all. To the contrary, I think I was indeed one of the factors who tried our level best to address the issues of toxicity to address the matters concerning stability in the Commission. And one of the most important things in that regard, you see, we come from a specific background in that Commission where we had real problems at senior management levels, to the extent that we decided not to reappoint the CEO because of the performance declining factors and so on. We then appointed a new CEO, and together with that very pertinently developed IPAP. And this very committee was also a committee that was telling us that, you know, you're not performing well enough, and this is completely unacceptable. We came up with a very specific plan, and I referred earlier to the fact that the performance of the Commission now, in the last financial year, has been 82.3%, up from 50% within a year. So that IPAP was and is indeed making a real difference. And from a strategic leadership point of view, Honourable Member, that is exactly the kind of leadership that was expected at the time, I think, of commissioners, and which is the kind of leadership that I will indeed provide again. And that is that if there is a massive institutional problem, a management problem, then one needs to come up with a solution to it. And I mean, there were so many shortcomings, including no smart targets, that targets were not aligning with indicators. All of those have been addressed, and that is exactly why you're seeing an improvement there. So I think that was indeed strategic leadership that was provided. The position of this committee before was, you know, we cannot send all of you back at this point in time to the Commission because of the performance of the Commission. Now you see the performance is better, but the better performance is not based on what happened a month or 2 months ago, as you very well know. It is absolutely based on IPAP, on that plan and the implementation of that plan. And to an extent it would be, the committee will also be encouraged to push the Commission in terms of that plan and to get feedback in terms of the implementation of that plan, because it was indeed working and it is still working. In terms of the you know, human rights violations and so on, yes, I absolutely have a passion for human rights and for the Constitution and for the realization of the rights in the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2, because that is central to the success of South Africa. If those rights are not realized and if they're violated, then we are indeed not building the kind of nation we want to, which is a more equal society and a society where human dignity and freedom are at the forefront. And before, also even before I went, you know, when I was still at school, I was, for example, part of the chairperson in Wellington of a relations committee between various, the various population groups that were, you know, there at the time. So even at that stage, even at school level, I was someone who was pushing for reform. I wasn't a you know, freedom fighter in that sense that you might have been, but for example, when there was a referendum, and you must also know that I come from a particular context, and I've been exposed over the years to many things that made me grow as a person, and I come from a particular perspective where you know, my parents very much associated with the National Party at the time and that kind of thing. That is true. But even at that point in time, I was, in my own way, pushing for reform. I remember still that in my school, when there was this referendum about yes or no for, you know, for the, what was it, the new constitution, or whatever the case may be, there was a referendum held among white people. You still remember that? So in my school, on my school case, I was having a sticker vote yes. Now that might sound in your in the way that you have been involved, you know, very small, but at least I was doing that and pushing as far as that is concerned. In terms of yeah, what do you possess? I think my history shows that in collective environments, I've always been able to work together and to solve problems, various problems, as is also indicated, I think, in the questionnaire and so on, that where there are problems, I have the ability to find ways, often with the assistance of other people as well, including expert people with specialized technical knowledge and so on. And in this case, as I pointed out earlier, we might also need Parliament to play some sort of a role. Obviously, if I return, I will assess the situation, assess to what extent the cultural change has been enabled by IPIP, that plan that I spoke about, and to what extent further interventions are necessary, and get the necessary help and assistance to make sure that we bring that about. I think for a leader, the most important thing is to be able to identify the problem and then to identify the solution, but lastly then to make sure that these solutions are indeed implemented. Thank you.
Thanks. No, you don't have to be. I think you come from different environment circumstances. If I was a stone thrower, you probably may not have to be stone thrower. We just wanted to get a sense from you if you have been concerned with human rights before, or you do it now because there's remuneration to attach to it. I think that is what we were trying to do.
Oh, well understood, Honourable Member.
Now, you will have noticed that that the Minister of Human Settlement has spoken quite eloquently about the unfairness of the granting of home loans by the banks. That white South Africans are more advantaged in that space, and then black South Africans are a bit disadvantaged in that space. They are not granted. There's no fairness in that space. What do you think the Human Rights Commission has to do with such a situation? How do you think that the Human Rights Commission will have to, let me phrase it in this way, what programs do you think the Human Rights Commission will have to engage on in order to ensure that it deepens the impact of legislation such as the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, and ensure that everyone is not discriminated? And as you respond to this question, please bear in mind that the culture of discrimination is not necessarily only in existence in the financial sector. It would also find prevalence in various other sectors as well as various other sections of communities. Please juxtapose your response with how do you then treat the situation where there is a rife problems of discrimination and disregard for human rights in areas like the farms and so forth. Sharp, thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me start with a general proposition that it is very important for the Commission to be visible and vocal so that people know about the Commission. Secondly, that people know how to access the Commission. So from that perspective, and that includes now the situation on the farms and evictions that might take place and all of that kind of thing, it is important to have advocacy and education programs from the side of the Commission. It has outreach and it is one of its focuses, but it is critical to continue with that and also involve the media and so on. So what I would say in terms of the protection part of the mandate is, and that's why the advocacy part is so important, that the Commission should indeed investigate matters of this nature or take them to court where it comes to where it comes to know about it, and make sure, and that's where the efficiency and effectiveness comes in, that those investigations are done as quickly and as soon as possible and are concluded, or the court cases, are being dealt with in good time. But maybe because of the systemic issues you are referring to, especially with regard to the banks, and because one of the priority areas of the Commission you will see in its strategic plan is business and human rights, there is a need to have an investigative hearing about this very matter on a national basis. In other words, a high-profile national hearing, and call various stakeholders, including the banks, to that hearing, and then make certain findings so that flowing from that certain corrections can be made, even if it has to be amendments to legislation or to regulations and so on. Because the way I hear you also is that it might be, as far as the bank's concerned, a systemic issue, but then obviously, unfair discrimination and so on is in general a systemic issue in the country in various areas. So to sum up, promotion mandate of the Commission, in other words, advocacy and education, very important so that people can know about the Commission, access the Commission, but then also in terms of addressing it, use the protection mandate in specific instances, but have a broader hearing on racism or on unfair discrimination in the banking sector, or even maybe broader than that in South Africa in a more general kind of a thing. It helps, however, to tackle a specific sector and a specific problem that you know of, and not to have the focus too vague. That would be what my
Thank you,
proposal.
Honorable Matafa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just two quick ones. Let me start by greeting Advocate. Thank you for all the responses that you have given. You have really lived up to the good CV that we have seen. And indeed, one can say that you are a human rights champion. However, I just have two questions. And the first one is on your problem-solving skills, which you spoke to, and assessing of the culture change. The chair is correct, and Honorable Mutaung, that you were fingered as one of the troublemakers by the Commission. And you say normally when you resolve problems, you have to identify first what is the root cause, and then you move to the solution. Now, the question for me is, we have a problem currently. Even after the sitting with the Commission, the complaints against commissioners and the chair never stopped. Suppose we resolve that you are fit to be the deputy chair of the Commission. What will be your conversation with the chair in putting a stop to this particular complaint? So just picture yourself in the office with your chair and you have this problem sitting in front of you. And for me, advocate, this matter is important because it speaks to the stability of the institution. Once you have responded to that, also speak to the issue of political tensions that are in the commission. I know you would have touched on the racial tensions that once existed in society, but also differences within the commission. One of the commissioners submitted that there was a political difference in the commission that led to the hostility amongst yourselves. So I'm interested to find out, how do you deal with those particular political differences, particularly as they relate to the mandate of the commission? Only those two, Chair. At the strategic level, Advocate Guam is okay as far as the Human Rights Commission is concerned. I'm asking on the position of the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. First of all, let me say that, there were differences of opinion on certain matters between me and Commissioner Nissen, between me and other commissioners. But Commissioner Nissen always told me, or the Chair always told me, that he and I have the ability to, notwithstanding our differences, and notwithstanding that we sometimes differ quite vehemently in committees, or whatever the case may be of the Commission, to still work together. And I am sure that that still holds. And therefore I'm a bit disappointed that he is now, I don't know, maybe it is a sort of a reaction because of what has happened in terms of the complaints or whatever. But that is still the position. We have had our differences, but we could always work together, and I'm sure we'll be able to work together going forward. So if I, as you mentioned, have to sit with him there in that office of his, I will definitely say to him, look, these issues need to be resolved. Will you maybe allow me to assess and analyze the issues and then come up also to you, but also to the Commission eventually with a plan and how to address these matters. But it is not a case that I haven't worked quite closely with Commissioner, the chairperson of that commission, and I'll be able to do that going forward. And to the extent that Parliament or maybe people from outside with expertise and so on, as you know, in terms of the Act, the Commission may appoint people on contract with expertise, knowledge and experience and so on. So those are also some of the things that I will indeed discuss, and to see to what extent I can assist as part of the leadership then of the Commission to resolve some of these tensions and some of the issues between the Commission and between the Chair and the staff of the Commission. But I am quite sure that one will be able to come up with a working solution to address these issues. And that is indeed the leadership of the Chair of the Commission that need to play a role in that regard. And I will most definitely work with him, as I have done for quite a number of years. In terms of political tensions and political difference, obviously, you're free in terms of the Constitution to belong to a political party. There is freedom of association and so on. But essentially what is important is that when you're in the Commission and when you're a commissioner, you cannot let that interfere with your judgment and with your actions and with how you perform your functions and exercise your powers. You have to act independently, as you know, subject only to the Constitution and the law, impartially, in good faith as well, and without fear, favor, bias or prejudice if you go and have a look at the Act itself. So, as long as your political views are not in the way of, basically finding against someone from your political party and stuff like that, then it's quite okay. But as soon as you start overstepping and saying that, I am here or that is my party and I will protect them and stuff like that, then obviously it immediately becomes a huge problem. So my view in that regard would be stay with what the rights say and what the jurisprudence, court cases, so on, in terms of the rights say, and stay with the law, apply the rule of law and the Constitution, and then you would be okay. I mean, from the first day I went to that commission, I told myself, I am really going to try my absolute best to act completely without favor or prejudice. And that is sometimes where a problem comes in the commission as well, that there is maybe lack of consistency. And it's, for me, it's very important. And I tried to stress that when I was there. Not everyone agreed with this idea of me of consistency, but I think consistency is absolutely crucial. You cannot act this day in this manner and not go after someone who clearly did something wrong. The next day, you stay away and you say, no, we're not going to touch this. How does that look to the public? That is when things like that happen, when the public has a perception of the commission that it is not even-handedly. And that, well, if I can promise you one thing, if you return me, I'll continue with that approach, because I absolutely believe the consistent approach is the correct one, and the one in which you can trust me that I will not, have these ones that I won't touch and others that I will go after. I will never do that. If anyone wants that, I'm the wrong man. Thanks.
Chairperson, just a simple one, if you allow me.
Okay.
No, Advocate, I'm happy with your response, and you answered my question comprehensively. Just to give you some comfort, it is not the chairperson who raised complaints about you. It was raised by one of the commissioners in the meeting. So our approach is that if a matter is raised by the commission and no one in the commission rebuts it, because the chair would have given everyone an opportunity to speak, and they say, no, they don't have an issue. That's why we say the commission says, So don't worry, you can continue the friendship with the chair. It's not him. It's a matter that was raised in the meeting, but we thought it's important for us to be able to consider and process your interview properly, that you are able to ventilate on that. And actually, you are privileged to be one of the few that was given the right of reply, because some other commissioners were mentioned, and unfortunately, they never received such a privilege to respond to the allegations made against them. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Yes, particularly important because it was said on record in a parliament meeting. So it's something that is on parliament records as we speak. So it's important to ask this question so that we give you an opportunity to reply on it. Honorable Tena?
Chair, thank you. I think all of my questions have been covered in some way or another.
Apologies.
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Advocate Gum, we all agree that the commission is in its current form is not stable. Now, as an experienced commissioner and an experienced public servant, how do you think the commission must go about in resolving the stability issues? Yeah, you can reply.
Yes, now, what I do think is that there needs to be an effort to conciliate or mediate these issues within the Commission, if needs be, with the assistance of someone from outside with experience in this field, so that all the issues can be ventilated, so that the problem, because you can't solve a problem because you know exactly where it emanates from, and then you know that one have a mediation process, conciliation process in that regard. I think Parliament, this committee of Parliament will obviously have to engage with with whatever is before it, but it can also engage with it in various manners. You know, it can call all the relevant parties together and say to them, well, you know, we want you to actually try and resolve this and sort this out. I think one of the problems here is also that there may be not the complete understanding among all commissioners about what the roles and responsibilities are, where they begin and where they end, and what, for example, constitutes interference in the functioning of the commission, in the sense that, you know, when you have an interest in a complaint or whatever the case may be, then you can't now meddle there. So from that perspective, once again, as Asmal said, Kader Asmal, who I personally knew very well, said, clear demarcation of functions and lines of authority, but then also, I think, unpacking these issues concerning interference. So in short, I'm saying, yes, I think Parliament has a role, but maybe they should give the Commission and the complainants an opportunity to see if they can't mediate, or if these matters cannot be mediated. That is what I would say. It is a difficult one. I mean, there's only one previous occasion that I know of when an ad hoc committee was compiled. That was in 2005 concerning the public protector. Thank you.
Thank you. What do you think is the best complaints handling mechanism in the Commission?
Well, the Commission has a complaints handling procedure, a CHP. I was very much involved in actually refining it, making it better. We thought at the time, at least, and I think it is better now and would lead to more expeditious resolving of complaints. So in that sense, I think there is a good CHP now in place, and that CHP should be fully implemented and used. To mention one example, there was a time when, you know, whenever there's a hearing, it has to be chaired by a commissioner. So we changed that and said, I mean, that might be one of the things that's holding up hearings from concluding quicker and more expeditiously. And so we then included their circumstances under which officials of the Commission in the various provincial offices can also be the chair of hearings and so on. So I think we have a good procedure in that regard. May I raise something else that is a bit connected to the CHP?
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair. And then I'm really serious about this revised legislation that we've proposed to the Department of Justice. Maybe you can ask them about it at some point in time. And if the committee would be willing and able to support the Commission in terms of that legislation, that can make a huge difference. Because at the moment you have cases like, you know what Agrodata decided? That was indeed a water-related matter where we secured water for farm workers, or the connection there. And then you have this AfriForum decision in the South Gauteng High Court. I understand it's now called the Johannesburg High Court, you know, which basically said that the Commission cannot make a finding. Only thing that the Commission may do is it may come to a prima facie position on whether there's a violation or not, and then go to court. Now, if that is the role of the Commission, then I don't know, you know, and therefore the legislation might have to be amended in that regard. Because if that's the role of the Commission, then I don't know why Parliament provides so much funding for a commission like the Human Rights Commission. Anyway, I just, sorry for mentioning that.
Thanks. You have answered my third question. Was my third question related to enforceability of the recommendations of the Commission? Because otherwise, if they are not fully enforceable, their recommendations are as good as non-existent. Now, if you can take you back a little bit, you'll remember the development and the strengthening of the Public Protector's Office, that it had to go to court, and it had to be the court that declares their remedial actions as binding. So there are those kind of developments. So we truly understand that we have really asked the department to send to us a list of all the bills that ought to be amended. So that we'll be starting with the lawmaking process, probably one of our priorities when we start 2025. So we will be attending to that. I heard you speaking about access and visibility, which is a very important thing. But you don't go to an extent of saying these are the strategies that needs to be employed for an improved access and an improved visibility. You can come on that point.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, obviously, once again, outreach and advocacy and education programs critical in that regard, because first of all, people must know about the Commission. As you know, access to the Commission is not, I mean, you can even make a call, you can send an email, you can drop into an office and so on. But in terms of expanding it, the physical expansion, I would really go back to the recommendations of ASMAL, and unfortunately there's also fund depending to an extent. But you actually have to have a broader footprint. But a way that Kader ASMAL proposed at the time, which was a very good idea, is to actually make use of government offices like Thusong centers and libraries, as well as churches, faith-based organizations, and so on, to then make use of those offices in collaboration with those institutions to be able to expand the footprint. Another important thing, I think, on access is to popularize further from the Commission side the equality courts, because equality courts are, as you know, underutilized, and if they are more well-known and popularized, because you get equality courts in so many magistrates' courts sitting as equality courts, that would, in the equality field and the Papuda field, definitely bring about greater access to justice on equality-related issues. And then what I would suggest and what I would really very much push for is an app, an application, because of the fact that so many people these days have smartphones, even in poorer areas and so on, but an app so that through the app one would be able to access the complaints handling mechanism and lay complaints and so forth and so on.
Thank you very much, Advocate Guam. That takes us to the end of your interview. It's been a conversation. We refer to it as a conversation. We just have a conversation with you because we want to see a commission that has improved in all aspects, particularly the protection of human rights. So it's been a good conversation. The committee will then sit and deliberate. Then it is only from then that we are going to be in touch with all candidates to inform them. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for wanting to be part of the human rights revolution in South Africa. It's a very complex issue. It's true what members are saying, that the most affected are those that are vulnerable from the rural outskirts, from townships and stuff. So that's where we need to direct our energies and our resources to ensure that human rights are protected. But unfortunately, even the resources are not enough for the commission to expand widely to every corner and every sector of society. So, but maybe we'll have a conversation about the commission some other time. So thank you very much, Advocate Kwam. We'll be in touch as the committee with all candidates after we've deliberated. Thank you very much. You are now excused.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I really have a passion for this work, and I hope the commission would, the committee would trust me that I will next time report on the activities together with the other commissioners. All best. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Members, I think for the day we have concluded the work. We are meeting again tomorrow. We must start our committee meeting at 8:30, then start with the first candidate at 9. So tomorrow we must be here. We are going to have a day set by ourselves to have deliberations on the interviews of the South African Human Rights Commission. Unfortunately, this time we are looking for a one person. The last time I think we were looking for 5. So it was a little bit better. Now we're looking for only 1. But the committee will deliberate on the candidates, their performance, and what would have got from the interviews. So for now, we are done. We're going to meet tomorrow for the Deputy Public Protector here at 8:30. Thank you very much, members.
How many candidates tomorrow?
8. We have 8. Remember, we had 8, but fortunately, 1 withdrew for today for this one. So we're left with 7. So tomorrow, no one is willing to withdraw. They are all coming. So we will be working. Thank you very much, members. The meeting is adjourned.